1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, I think we're on. And I already had a confirmation from Twitch that the audio is on. Now let's see the YouTube. Okay, YouTube says there is audio there as well. Alright, let me get my bearings quickly. Alright, we're on. Hi. Hi fellas, hi people. What's up, what's up? Today is the last stream of the year, because I will be off for 2 weeks. I probably won't even be able to use internet that much. I will be in a remote place, let's call it. So today's last stream I wanted to dedicate to learning a little bit about one piece of technology from Unreal that's been happening for a little bit of time. It is called State Tree. There are a couple of other plugins that I want to get into in the future, and all of them have using a knowledge of State Tree as prerequisite to even start doing that. And also the game I am working on here on stream, I feel like State Tree might be a good inclusion there. From what I was able to gather from some of my coding friends, is that State Tree do not only apply to AIs. You could realize other elements of your game, AI enemies. You can apply this concept to other elements of the game, and it doesn't require too much of clicking around. It's not a workaround. It's not like the State Tree is made just only with AI in mind, and then you can kind of hack your way into using that somewhere else. At least that's what I've been told. I want to test this theory today. I want to, firstly, as usual, with starting new pieces of technology in Unreal Engine, I want to firstly follow through the Epic's quick, how do they call it? Quick guide, how to start this thing. I want to go through that. I want to see what is the workflow with that. And then maybe use it in my game. Let's see how it will work out. If I will immediately be like, oh, I know what I will use it for or not. Or does it have to, marinate a little bit more in my head? We will see. We will go through the State Tree quick guide. We will try to implement something simple within this example first-person template project. And we will see what is going on, what's up with everything. And after we're done with that, I will get back a little bit to my game. I want to develop a couple of other things. Last stream I implemented, in the 2 last streams I implemented fire propagation system with some placeholder but satisfying visuals, where you can see where the fire will propagate. It can be affected by wind. I created basic water interaction that can put out the flames. And I started implementing the bubble of water that you could, have floating in the air. It is affected by wind. You can shoot at it with the bow and arrow, because my game is about shooting arrows from the bow. And we will see, if I can finish it or something. But first things first. And today will be a little bit longer stream. But first things first, State Tree. Let's dig a little bit deeper into that. Sion says, hello there. Hello, my friend. Hi, Sion. How are you doing? What are you doing? Are you in the cafeteria of some kind with your family? Storm Run Gaming, hey ya, hey! What's up, what's up? How you doing? How are you guys doing this Saturday? Not Sunday. Okay, let's go through this quick guide of state tree. Let's see if it will work out. Why am I going first through the state tree quick start guide? Because when I was doing a stream on chaos physics, going through that, there were some discrepancies between what was stated in the documentation, how you should do it, and what you actually had to do it. Like, there were options that documentation showed, but they were not existing in the actual editor. So that's why I want to go through it, just to see as if a person sitting down for the first time to state tree, like I am, what they would have to fight against, and maybe I will be able to solve those problems. Sion says, at home, we're getting ready for tree dressing. Oh, nice, Christmas tree dressing. Nice, nice. That's good. But don't tell me that I am the background for all the tree dressing. That would be funny. Stormrun Gaming says, I've been doing a 3-hour tutorial on a landscape material. It's all I can remember at this point. Oh yeah, I get you. I get you. Landscape material. That's a big ass subject. That's a big ass subject. And then Sion laughs. Haha, yes you are. Oh my god, the pressure. And I don't even have like a Santa cap or anything like this. I only have my Goku on my t-shirt. I don't know if you can count that as festive. I hope I'm not too boring for your family. Okay. So let's try to parse through this state tree quick start guide from them. Let's see if what often happens will happen, which means they'll say that, hey, there's this option, click it, and this option doesn't exist, and we need to find our way through that. Sion says, relax, just kidding. Okay. Are you having a real Christmas tree, cut down, etc., or are you having, you know, the artificial one? Sion says, gonna drop from time to time. Okay. Cool. So, let's go through this. Objectives. Create a blueprint for a target the player can shoot and destroy. Okay. Create the state tree that contains the logic to move and destroy the target. Create state tree tasks and use them in state tree. Sure, and create a state tree evaluator and use it in the state tree. That's what we're here to learn. Required setup. I already have a completely new, fresh project with the first person template. Oh, we need to enable these plugins. Gameplay state tree and state tree. State tree and gameplay state tree are still plugins? Huh. I was thinking that right now it's a basic technology that is just there. But I guess I was wrong. Oh yeah, state tree is in version 0.1 and unlocked, but gameplay state tree is in version 1.0. Okay. Then let's restart the editor. Okay, great. And then we'll be creating this state tree. I have high hopes for this plugin as it looks. I have high hopes for the state trees because it looks like finally we can have some state machines out of the box without buying additional plugins that don't need a lot of hacking to be used outside of enemy AI context. Of course, you could always, you know, hack your way around in blueprints or maybe create your own state machine or whatever, but that is something that I always wanted from Unreal. And is the thing, oh yeah, it turned off on. Is it on? Yeah, both of those plugins are on. Okay. And you know, because in a couple of games that I worked on, there was always a need for like, hey, we have this object that has like 4 or 5 states, but it's not enemy AI. So now you have to figure out, okay, what would be the least intrusive, and least annoying way of implementing that. We would love to use some finite state machine for that, but there's a plugin, etc., that you need to buy, etc., etc. Finally, we have this thing, and supposedly it's not connected to enemy AI that much. So I have high hopes for that. Create the state tree. In this section, you will create the blah blah blah. Okay. In the content browser. Yeah. So they are saying that state tree is unconnected from AI, yet you have to create them from artificial intelligence category in content browser. Okay. I hope it's not a sign for bad things to happen. Select the state tree component schema and name the tree. I'm very sorry for that. And then we have to name it as the shooting target. Okay. Not a problem. State tree learning. Artificial intelligence. And why do I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I only have 4 objects here. Okay. Who the fuck cares? Now supposed to select state tree component schema, right? Not AI. Yep, state tree component schema. Already I see differences between what they are showing in the documentation. We have a little bit more things like camera director state tree. I don't know what camera director is, but we already see some differences. Okay, we have as the shooting target. State tree shooting target, right? Now we have to create shooting target blueprint. Okay, that's easy. 1 meter cube. And put it at 0.222. Okay. Okay, let's create that. Blueprint class, it's just an actor. BP shooting target. Just update it to make our lives easier for ourselves. Great, and then add 1 meter cube, of course. And already I see I don't even have this asset, but whatever, we have regular cube. Engine basic shapes. We will do with that. That is stupid. No, I'm keeping it as 1-1, not as they say, with the weird scale. Maybe I can put it in 2. The z-axis. Okay, and then they say to just add the state tree component. Okay, add. And here's the kicker. We were supposed to just select state tree, not state tree AI. Okay. We have our state tree, and category name here, of course, is AI. So it doesn't bode well for the theory that state trees are disconnected from enemy AI context. Okay, we will see, we will see. We will reveal that mystery together, people. And let's select our schema that for now it is empty. Okay, we created our shooting target. What else do they want us to do? Oh yeah, of course, add on component hit. Just a simple thing. And hit count. That is an integer. Each time it is being hit, we will increment it, right? That's what they're going for. Yeah. And delay destroy, new event. Create custom. What the hell? I'm always fucking it up. Delete, destroy. Then it goes into delay. A small delay and then destroy active. Okay. Now we will be working with state tree, finally. Okay. Create the idle and dead states. Great. Go back to state tree shooting target, and under the schema section, click the context actor class drop down, select BP shooting target. Alright. Let's compile it first. Okay. Yeah, I always set the save on compile option to on success only, because what happens is if it compiles, of course I want to save it, right? If it doesn't compile, I don't want to save it. And I don't want to manually be constantly pressing the disk miniature or clicking Ctrl S on every asset, because what happens then is I forget to click this on something else, or I constantly click save all. Why bother with all the clicking? Just save on compile on success only, and I'm done with this shit. I don't have to remember any of other goddamn stuff. Okay, now let's open up what they asked us for, and they wanted us to look at something that for now I don't see it here. And under the schema section, click the context actor class drop down. And already, okay, we have to search for stuff. Context actor class. We want to select BP shooting target. Now I'm wondering. So it is always connected to a class? So if I would be using mass, how would I integrate it with entities, for example? But that's a question for like complete another moment. Maybe I will do some stream on mass in the future, because I used mass in my day job in a professional capacity. Not too much. Other colleagues of mine used it way more, but I still, was a trailblazer on that. I remember when we just saw that something like this exists, before even first review, before Matrix demo, we kind of found that, hey, there is this thing in the engine. We were translating some Chinese social media posts to understand how to turn it on, and we were able to turn it on. And once the Matrix demo, of course, showed up, we were able to dig more into this, and now we are using mass on day-to-day basis. So, when we're talking state trees and AIs, and lots of AIs, like in mass, I would love to also connect these two. And from what I know, they are made for each other, but, we will test that sometime in the future stream. Okay, we selected our context actor class. And we'll be adding new state and calling it idle. Seems simple enough. We got new state. Okay, and what do we have here? We have some parameters of the state, enter conditions, selection utility. Utility? It looks like we would be able. Yeah, it looks like we would be able to create maybe utility AI with it. That seems awesome. We are able to run some tasks while in the state tree and have defined transitions. How transitions and enter conditions differ? I would think that if I had another state and I could transition from idle to dead state, the transition is taken care of, like, hey, I should try, this is the time for transition, and then the enter condition could potentially block that. I'm not sure. Okay, I hope it will be revealed. Go to the details panel and expand the go to state section and click the transition to drop down. Select root. This will set the state tree to transition back to root state once this state is completed. Click the trigger drop down and select on state completed. Why would I go back to root? I don't understand it. It feels like I should be in idle all the time, but let's follow their lead. So transitions on state completed, transition to root. It kinda did it on its own. Create another state and name it that. Solo Slaughters says hi. Hi Solo Slaughters. How are you doing this Sunday? What's going on? What's up? What's up? Solo Slaughter says, I'm good. How are you? I'm good as well. I'm fine. I'm fine. Spending, you know, Sunday morning learning more, starting to learn more about state trees in Unreal Engine. Good way to start Sunday. I am looking around for some free knowledge. Good. Good. Me too. Me too, my friend. Me too. I'm right now learning the state tree in Unreal Engine. I'm going right now through through the Epic's quick start guide, because last time I had this experience with chaos fracturing in Unreal Engine, which is, breaking the mesh. That the start guide was saying something and the reality was something completely different. So I'm going through this to see if the documentation will match reality, because last time it completely didn't and I had to work my way through it. So the same way I'm doing it right now, because I don't want to miss something. Okay, let's create. What kind of knowledge are you searching for? Is it connected to Unreal or game development in general? Specific department? Dexterovsky says, hello, hello Dexterovsky. What's up? What's up, what's up? How are you doing? How is this Sunday for you? Okay, let's add, as they say, let's see, a new dead state. And let's edit it as they said that I should edit it. We are adding another transition and the trigger is on tick. In the idle. Okay. Solo Slaughter says, I am trying to find the best engine to use. The best engine to use. It depends on the case that you are aiming for. Are you aiming for making a very specific game? Are you aiming for just learning more about game development? Are you aiming for learning specific language? What kind of usage will you have? 3D simulator game. Alright. So I would probably consider Unreal Engine or Godot for that stuff. Do you already know some kind of coding language? For example, C++ or C# or whatever coding language? Dexterovsky says, good, thanks. I was buying some shit for Christmas. That's the reason I'm late. Ha, don't you worry, man. Half of it I already done, and half of it I will do probably tomorrow, and I'll be fighting with people in the shop. I wanted to do this in the morning because later in Krakow you can't move anywhere by car because of traffic jams. Yep, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, here where I live, it's the exact same shit. There was some report that I think it was last weekend, the traffic jam to the motherfucking Christmas mall was so long that people were wasting 4 hours of their lives just to get out of the parking garage. And that's what will be happening for me tomorrow, probably. So I get what you mean. Yeah. It's crazy out there. People are also getting crazy in the shop. Like I was shopping yesterday from regular grocery shopping, right? In the grocery market. And the whole vibe was different. Like week before that, it was all chilled out. People were just walking around normally. Yesterday, everyone was tense. People were pushing each other. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Christmas was supposed to be different, right? Solo Slaughter says, I know coding language, but it's not transferable. I can code Lua quite well, and CSS and some JS. Ah, okay. If you know Lua, I think Godot already has a hookup for Lua. I am quite sure. And if not, and you know CSS and JS, then Godot script, that I think it's called GD script, might be very familiar to you. So I would probably, if you already know these languages, I would probably sit down to Godot 3D, because Unreal Engine might be the, how do you call it? The learning curve is super steep at the beginning. Especially if you don't know C++, right? It is, you know, it pays off to learn C++ later, but if you are, you know, just trying to find the best engine to use for your 3D simulator game, and you are learning all about that, I would personally pick Godot for that stuff. Leksterovsky says, 4 hours, oh my god. Yeah, there were like some reports, some news about that. It was fucking crazy. I don't know, people are getting really crazy when Christmas comes. I guess all this family tension shows up, you know, on streets and in shopping malls, etc. God damn. It is crazy. And also packages are being lost all the way around. Like one of my friends ordered some hoodie for her nephew, and it just got fucking lost in transfer from the website Zalando. Just lost, and they were like, sorry, we'll get your money back. And she's like, fuck, but I don't have a present right now. Or the other way, I went to this machine that you can leave packages on. Non-Polish people don't know what we're talking about, Paczkomat. And what I witnessed was that the people were, you know, clicking their codes in, and it was opening up wrong vaults, right? And I saw a couple of people being confused, like, what the fuck is this? This is not my package. And talking amongst each other whether maybe they accidentally take their packages. Maybe it accidentally opened wrong, you know, vaults, and maybe they will be able to swap if they opened accidentally matching vaults. It was crazy. Solo Slaughter says, I tried Godot, but the layout and where you get everything and stuff is just not the best. Yeah, that's true. The layout, I don't remember if there's a way to custom edit some of this stuff. Yeah, but maybe if, you know, maybe if you are good with Lua and CSS and JS, maybe you could, you know, try with Unreal and some Blueprint projects just to, you know, get your first bearings into this stuff. But if you are trying to code 3D simulator game, then you will probably have to, at some point for Unreal, learn C++, right? There's also, of course, Unity. I don't really like to endorse Unity that much because they fucked up on license last year, I think. And they breached the trust so much that I just don't trust them at all. Beksterovsky says, remember my problem with game packaging because of editor code? Problem was I use #ifdev instead of #ifblocks. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is the type of errors that I also was talking about either last stream or stream previous to that. I have these kind of cases, Dexterovsky, all the time at work. I'm scratching my head, what the fuck is wrong? I'm starting to doubt all of my knowledge about anything. I'm starting to think that I don't know, I have brain hemorrhage or something, and then it turns out it was just a small thing like you had. Hash if def instead of hashtag if. I feel for you, man. My whole career I had this exact problems. I feel for you. Then Dexterovsky says, lol, things like that happens in patch comats. Yeah, it was the first time that I saw that it was opening up wrong goddamn vaults. It was crazy. I was scared to approach this machine with my own code because I was like, shit, will it give me my package that I was waiting for? I don't want to get someone panties. I ordered some cables, what the fuck? Fortunately for me, it opened up correctly, but the view of people arguing between each other like, you had my package. No, it's just this fucking machine that opened it up on its own. Oh my god, it's crazy. Solos Lotus asks, what are your opinions on Unreal blueprints? My opinion on Unreal blueprints is, if you are just learning, then yeah, it is a good tool for that, right? If you are just learning a little bit about game development, what Unreal Engine has in store, what kind of plugins you could use, what components you have inside of the Unreal Engine, trying to make something quick and visually appealing, you know, you can do all of that in blueprints, all the prototypes. I am prototyping the game here on my streams with blueprints only. On the day-to-day basis, at my day job, I'm using C++ for working, so I was, you know, forcing myself to create the project for now that is only blueprint only, all these prototypes, just to see how it works out. And there are some moments when I'm like, damn, this isn't accessible from blueprint, or that is not accessible from blueprints. I would love to go into C++ code. But for me, you know, when just for learning what Unreal Engine is and what it has in store and prototyping, it is fine. But once you are trying to create a game for shipping, my opinion is that you have to sit down to C++. There are certain things that you just simply cannot achieve with blueprints, certain optimizations that you cannot achieve with blueprints. But by the time you get to this point, you will probably know the engine so much, you will know all the components and actors and how it works, that the only thing that will be left for you is to learn C++, right? For that. There's also another avenue that I haven't pursued when it comes to Unreal, this Unreal editor for Fortnite. I know that some people are creating prototypes in that, and there is like this whole new scripting language that right now escapes my memory what it was called. But yeah, there's also that avenue, but I don't really know the limitations there. Dexterovsky says, okay, what am I looking on? What is state tree? Yeah, so state tree. It is basically a state machine. Finally, Epic provided a way to create state machines outside of enemy AI context, right? And right now I am trying to, you know, go through the Epic's documentation connected to that. Like the, you know, first quick guide, because, you know, as we all know, there are some discrepancies between documentation and real life in editor, right? Or in code, where they say, hey, this is how it works, then you turn it on and it's like, these options don't even exist, right? So I want to go first through the quick guide, because for the game that I'm working with, it feels like some of the things I could realize either, you know, through regular blueprint scripting or C++ code. But if I have states and I could have state machine where I can define one state, the transition conditions, and it goes automatically to other state, and I could reuse those states, for example, for multiple non-AI or AI cases, that it feels like it could be an improvement, you know, to workflow. And other plugins, like for example the one that I recommended to you, Dexterovsky, I think 2 streams ago, when it comes to interactions, relies on state tree. And I want to go to this interaction plugin and a couple of other plugins, but they all require the knowledge about state tree And about smart objects, I will be looking at state trees today. At the beginning, first I want to go through this guide, then I want to go to maybe prototype something of my own, and then I will, if time will allow, I will go back to my game, the bow and arrow game, that funnily enough doesn't have a single bow mesh in it, but whatever. But the idea here is to evaluate whether we could, first of all, whether it is true that you can use this state machine outside of enemy AI context. How hard is it to use? Like, how many clicks? Is it really worth it to use it for non-enemy AI context? Maybe it is too much clicking and creating simple logic is too cumbersome. I want to find that out. Yeah, and because potentially you could do a lot of shit with just having a state machine, reusable state trees, as I said, for different couple of things. You could maybe have one single state tree that describes, I don't know, opening a vault or something, and you could use it for doors, vaults, I don't know, some hidden walls that you can press on and they are moving like in Wolfenstein, etc, etc. There's lots of potential gain here, but I want to see, you know, what it works with. Solo Slaughter says, I tried Game Maker 2D and found that it's really easy to make a platform game in like 2 days. Yeah, Game Maker 2D is awesome for 2D games. It's super easy to learn. Yeah, one of my friends took it on Game Jam and he was able to bang out the whole game in Game Jam. Game Maker 2D is good for that shit. 100%. Okay, let's get back to, because I could talk for hours, let's get back to completing this quick, guide. Okay, we have our thing and we have to go create transition from idle to dead, and it should happen on tick. Okay, so I don't really understand this. Dexterowski says, I took a look at what you recommended about this interaction plugin, but it seems to be mostly used in character interactions like dialogue, or I misunderstood something. Oh, really? Huh. That is fucking weird. Because the way they described it, it made it feel like, oh yeah, you could have lots of interaction with the world, just use, you know, the smart objects and state trees. But if the only use case from them right now is just dialogues, then the description was misleading, to say the least. The one on the product board, or maybe I misunderstood something, that is also a possibility. Let me quickly search for that. Where the hell was that? This is rendering options, users, animations. Where the hell was this interaction thingy? State tree, framework. Okay, now I cannot find it. I am stupid. Was it in 5.4? Okay. Okay. World building, framework. Damn, I cannot find it right now. Okay. Dexterowski says, yeah, but I'm not 100% sure what I'm talking. Okay. I mean, I want to get to this plugin in the next year. That's the reason why I'm taking a look at the state trees, because they, from what I remember, they said that, yeah, when you are using this plugin, you should know what state trees are and smart objects. So that's the line of thoughts that I'm trying to follow here. Like state trees, then smart objects. Let's take a look at that. And then I also want to take a look at this interaction plugin because I am interested in using it in my game as well, because it could be a shortcut. But if they only created it for character interactions like dialogue, then I don't think it should be called just like interaction plugin or whatever the name of it was. It should be called dialogue or something like this. But I will take a look at it for sure. Okay, so select idle state, add another transition, trigger on tick. That's just something that I don't understand. I have to create transition from idle to dead on tick, so it will happen instantly? No, there are conditions. Dexterowski says, then I analyzed all the Half-Life 2 source code to learn how they manage Half-Life 2 input-output system. And I understand what they did, but it do not match my needs. Oh, nice job. I never thought to look through Half-Life 2 source code like that. That is something I have to look into, because, you just inspired me. So what they did in Half-Life source code for input-output system, and what were your needs? I'm wondering how it differs. And also I'm wondering, what is your opinion about Half-Life 2 source code anyway? Like, is it easy to read? Is it well managed, or is it full of magic numbers, magic variables, etc.? But that is such a good idea, to look through source code of Half-Life 2. Yeah, that is a big inspiration right now to me. Okay. We are adding a new condition for this transition. And the new condition, okay, click the drop down, left bind. Oh, we can bind immediately to very specific variables. That's good. It binds the value of hit component inside of the... I like that. So I don't have to do some weird... Oh, and it already differs. Okay, click the drop down and select integer compare. Let's see if there is something like this. There is, okay. I was scared. So the UX is a little bit all over the place for me. But okay, let's see. Conditions, operator equal, and... Okay, I think I bound something. Yeah, that's the way I was supposed to bound it. And right side of equation should be 5. Let's compile that. I don't know what this question mark is supposed to represent. And what I would love is to have this condition somehow be visible here. But whatever. Dexterowski says, they made events fired by function pointers. A lot of structs like entity data, descriptions which handle that pointers, output tables, and a lot of more things. I want my system integrate with BPs. Okay, I see what could be the problem between what they did and what you need. So the event is fired by a function pointer. And there are a lot of structs like entity data descriptions which handle the pointers. Okay, yeah, you would have to write a lot of custom code in order to translate that concept to BPs, I guess. Because, you know, in BPs you don't have, one of the limitations of BPs, you don't have access to function pointers, right? You have to work with events. Or call out the very specific blueprint what is it called? When you have u function and blueprint callable event or something like this. I forget the name of it, but yeah. And then Dexterovsky says, Half-Life 2 source code is easy to read. It's worth to look into it. There are lots of interesting code solutions. In early CPP, there was no interfaces, so they used abstract classes. Oh, right, because it was 2004. It's early C++. C++, I guess 98? That's what they might have been using? Because C++ 11 didn't exist back then. Right, that would be such a time machine. You're right. And it's worth looking into it. Oh, I will be looking into it for sure. And the way they use abstract classes, I will be looking at it for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I only ever really looked at, what was it, Quake 3 source code. I think they opened it up. Or Quake 2, I don't remember. But I for some reason, I never thought to look into Half-Life 2 source code. I will for sure go through that, because that has to be amazing. I would love to look at Titanfall 2 source code just to see how they created this movement. It is also made with Source Engine, right? So I would love to take a peek at how they achieved that. Okay, so we have this condition, and now we have to create something called new state tree task. So I guess this is something that will be constantly ticking and running. So we have to create blueprint class. Let's copy the name already. STT destroy. So from what I gather from this, the state tree task will be responsible for destroying the active. And state tree task blueprint base. Okay, let's see if this actually, why it doesn't auto save. I already clicked that. What the hell? Dexterovsky says, yeah, if I want to use delegates, but I have a problem with automatic binding them after game start. I don't want to do it in Blueprint because of aesthetics, for example, and there's many other issues. Yeah, delegates sometimes can be problematic. I use them a lot, but for example, there was a moment when I was working on a game and it had a lot of repossessing pawns, right? Your player controller could possess this pawn and then another pawn, etc. And managing all the delegates was tough because you had to fire an event that would unbind previous delegates and bind new ones, and there was always something fucking up. There was always one function delegate that you were missing that you forget about, you know, unbinding and binding a new one for the new pawn. And all the semi-automatic solutions that we tried to come up with, there was always some issue with that. Yeah. There's also something, from what I remember, called gameplay messages in Unreal. I haven't used that a lot, but that could also be used. And I know that it could be used. Wait, did I use it with Mass? I don't remember right now. It's been a year or a year and a half ago. But yeah, there's also something called gameplay messages that could be used, for example, to, you know, you could listen for a specific message and then maybe trigger any, you know, an event, but it's very similar to, you know, delegate stuff. It can get messy. It can get messy. Okay, we were supposed to create state tree task, so which will be responsible for destroying our actor. So state tree task blueprint base. I think it was that. Was it that state tree task blueprint base? Yes. Let's open this shit up. Oh, it's a regular blueprint. Okay, and functions. Enter state, exit state, state completed, tick. Okay, so our state tree task can do shit on these 4 things. When we are entering state, exiting state, state is completed, and of course on tick. Okay, I'm starting to see how it is being used. It is kind of similar to the behavior tree, but not really. Creating a variable and name it actor. Set it to actor object reference, okay. Get actor. Oh, casting. We have to cast here, okay. And we'll be calling delayed destroy. That's how they are using. Lektorowski says, oh, gameplay message system. Okay, noted. Yeah, it's been a little bit time that I use. It's been a long time since I used gameplay message system. So I don't remember the exact details. I remember, the only thing I remember is that I went into it, I was able to hook up some functionality to it and forget about it. Which I think is a good review that I didn't have to come back to it to fix shit, right? Yeah. And with gas, I'm also using the send gameplay event function that can just send a specific event with a specific tag to an actor that has ability system component, and I can create a payload that contains lots of data, and some of it can be customized. That's also another thing that, you know, is really cool with gameplay ability system. But right now I'm thinking, is this gameplay event only available when you're using gameplay ability system? I don't remember. Lektorowski says, the problem is I am not using gas. Yeah. If your game doesn't need it, I don't recommend using it just for that one functionality, right? I'm just trying to remember what other ways I was able to message other parts of the code that some event has happened. For example, you know, on input or something else happened. But right now I am seeing in the state tree there is something that could also create a state tree task, and I could, if it is hooked up to a specific actor, I could call a function in there. But the one question right now for me remains is, how could I reuse these things? It looks like I could reuse the state tree tasks only on actors of the same class, or I have to create this big follow through switch or if statements that, okay, if it casted to this, then do this, and if it casted to some other actor, then do something else. Which I'm not a big fan of. So there might be other shortcuts of using that, but okay, whatever. We are supposed to override the exit state function, right? Because we are transitioning. When we are exiting the state, and we're supposed to just have this variable actor, okay? Let's create this actor. Lektorowski says, I decided that for my need, gas is overkill. And I think I will learn more about replication networking not using it. I am not even an intermediate programmer, so a lot of things to learn. Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, like I've seen a lot of people using gas just to use gas when their case didn't really need that. So I would recommend against it, especially as it has super steep learning curve. I think I already talked about this at some stream that when I was joining Flying Wild Hog, one of my first tasks was to create some ability, and it took me like a week or two to finish it because learning how everything works was like putting your face through meat grinder. And I asked other programmers, am I stupid or is it a tough system to learn? And they told me no, it is, you know, rite of passage. Everyone that first time hits the gas, you have to go through the toughest shit and curse your existence, the existence of gas, etc, etc. Once you get through it, it will be easier, but it's not an easy system to learn. It's complicated. So I wouldn't recommend it if your use case doesn't guarantee that. And you're right, you will learn a lot about replication and networking not using it, because GAS takes care of certain stuff for you. For example, rollbacking. And without it, you kind of have to decide whether you will implement rollback at all. Will you be implementing any kind of local prediction that local player clicks on something, clicks on mouse, for example, action happens on his screen before it is being confirmed on server, but then server says, you weren't supposed to do this action actually, because of lag you didn't have this data that was blocking this action for you, and you have to reverse the effects of what you did on your machine, right? You have to figure that on your own, and there's a lot of, learning there. So let's take this actor, and it is actor reference. What the hell? Actor object reference, of course. We are taking it, we are casting it. Cast to BP shooting target. Okay, so far so good. And we will be delayed destroy. Okay, how do we hook up this state tree task to our shit? Go back to ST shooting target and select the dead state, add a new task and select the debug task from the drop down. Enter. Oh, that's fucking smart. That's so awesome that it's here. The debug text tasks. So the moment you enter a specific state and you want to see if you ever even entered this state, you can just create this task and it will automatically debug print info on your screen. That's fucking great. It saves up so much time. Oftentimes when I'm doing some new functionality, prototype or whatever, I don't even implement the actual effect that is supposed to happen in the world. I just print strings because I just want to see if my flow from pressing a button to potential effect happening is correct, and it outputs a string. When it outputs a string, I'm like, all right. All of the flow from input press to what is supposed to happening is working all right. Now let's get back to implementation. Dexterowski says, all network stuff was very complicated for my needs, but this is the same as you said with gas. When I divided it, it is not that hard, even movement coding and making predictions. Yeah, I'm glad that, you are able to make it work without gas, and that even movement coding, making predictions is working alright for you. That's good. That's really good. And yeah, their gas network stuff is very complicated, to say the least, especially connected if you want to do some stuff with movement. Oh my god. Uttam Raj says hi. How are you doing? How is the Sunday treating you? We're learning state tree here. Okay, so let's add the new task to our dead. So that's how it works. And it shows run environmental query. Oh, that's for AI. Run parallel tree. Oh, wait, the implication here. Task that will run another state tree in the current state while allowing the current tree to continue selection and process of the child state. It will succeed, fail, or run depending on the result of the parallel tree. Less efficient than linked asset state, it has the advantage of allowing multiple trees to run in parallel. Oh, that's very interesting. So there is a task for stage tree that could run parallel another state tree. So for example, you could have a big high-level state tree that is running some gameplay logic, And then you could turn on the parallel tree that will be, for example, taking care of cosmetic, visual logic. And they could run in parallel to each other. Or for example, yeah, it really connects with enemies, because you could have an enemy that is doing something. Meanwhile, he is scanning or communicating with other AIs in a parallel tree or whatever. That is a concept that is wild, and I like that. But probably not too optimal. If you have, for example, one actor running 20 parallel trees, it might not be that great. Delayed task. Simple task to wait indefinitely for a given time before succeeding. Okay. Debug test. Text task. And of course our STT destroy. Okay, so let's print out this. Destroyed. And red color. Font scale. Okay. Offset. Okay. Dexterowski says, I made simple sprint and stamina system. Enhanced built-in swimming. And recreated gold souls ladders and souls ladders. Oh yeah, those ladders. I love them. I love them. I love this. All of these run smoothly on 200 milliseconds ping. That's great. And that's great that you are already testing it on 200 milliseconds. Fuck, this is a hard word. Because lots of people are making co-op games or multiplayer games in editor, and they don't even know about the option to simulate delay and package loss, etc., which I think is awesome, because this is the only real way to know how your game will perform out in the real world, especially as, for example, in United States the internet sucks, so their experience will immediately be hit with lags and package loss, right? So it's always good to test with the not ideal network conditions, just like Dexterowski here tests, right? And now he knows that all of his implementations are running smoothly on 200 ping. That's really good. That's when you know, okay, you're golden, you can move on, right? And yeah, gold souls ladders and souls ladders. We had internal discussion about how ladders should work at my day job. And certain people were like, no, let's just create this animation with heads, etc. And some of us were like, fuck that. You know, Source Engine and Gold Source Engine ladders for the win. They are super easy to use. They are fast. You know what's up. The inputs are understandable. It's a muscle memory for lots of gamers. Let's just use that. And I don't remember which implementation it fall on, or do we even have ladders anymore, but Half-Life ladders, Counter-Strike ladders. That's it. That's what's needed in this world. Dexterowski says, no, Souls ladder is ideal ladder movement in my opinion. I agree. Whenever I, for example, this year I was playing, what was it? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I borrowed a PS5 from my friend because I wanted to play this game. And each time the characters were going on ladders and slowly fucking moving on these ladders up. You could, you know, make it faster when you were going down, but slowly moving up, it was pissing me off. Or what else did I play? I forgot. But yeah, I don't care for realism when it comes to ladder. I just want to get up there or get down there quickly. For FPS games. Yeah, I would argue that, you know, even if you push back camera, it will look wonky with animations, but the movement, I don't know, for me it is like a default ladder movement. It's so ingrained in my brain that whenever the ladder movement is different, I'm struggling. So yes, Souls ladder is the shit. Okay, so I created this, and there's a delay task. Oh, so the tasks are being evaluated from top to bottom. So the first thing that will happen is debug task, then some delay task, and then destroy. Okay. I didn't know this. So now a delay task for like 2 seconds. And Dexterovsky says, yeah, when I first time played Minecraft and went onto ladder, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Players floating on ladders. Yep. Yep, I also had similar. In general, I had also with Minecraft, like, I think run and crouch buttons are swapped compared to every other first person game, at least with the default key binding. And I was playing with my nephew and I was like, what the shift to crouch and control to run faster? Who came up with this? All these years of first person shooters. Why? Why is this the default binding? But yeah, I agree. I agree, ladders in Half-Life. In general, I had a thought like a couple of years ago. How many things Half-Life kind of set up as standard for every other, not only FPS, but every other video game out there? And I thought this would be, for all the YouTube video game essays, that would be a cool topic to follow. Okay, this is the thing that Half-Life did first, and all the genealogy tree for that specific feature for the rest of the games. This is what they did first, and the rest of the games. I know that there are some YouTube videos about Halo and its aim assist implementation and the twin stick shooting. Not twin stick shooting, sorry. The console analog shooting, right? But I would love to see how it fares for Half-Life. I don't know why they not made jumping on right out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I have the delay task, and then we do the task destroy. And we could also probably expose some variables out, right? Yeah, because for now, the one thing that is missing is that I have this actor here that is not being set to anything. And wait, there's something about the category context. Okay, so for my variable, I have to type in context. What the? Let me type context. And will it show up here? Oh, this is another thing. That's a weird fucking thing, that when you create a variable and you want it to be seen in your states tree, you have to put it in category context, not click like, hey, I want this to be public or anything like this. You have to know to put in context in here. That is kind of fucked up in my opinion. I don't like that. And you can override it with property binding. Okay. I maybe would love to have something else to be able to click here in order to make it visible and bindable here, but I will do with it for the time being. What Half-Life has standardized, or even Quake? Level design was level design. You made maps in dedicated editor with brushes, now you must be also 3D artist and now Blender. Some people are mad that UE5, Unity, etc. do not have such level designers. Level editors. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. In dedicated, you're talking about making kind of like the, what was the name of this editor? Hammer? No, World Editor? Fuck, I forget. The Worldcraft, I think, right? Worldcraft for Half-Life 1. Some people are mad that UE5 Unity do not have such level editors. I mean, from what I remember when I was at Flying Wild Hog and people were working with the Shadow Warrior 3, I think there were people dedicated to creating brushes and elements that you could work with it like in dedicated editor a little bit more from what I remember. But I'm not sure what people are mad about, really. But that could be applied to a lot of things. Yeah, but for example, what I meant with Half-Life standardization is movement, for example. Lots of people, me included, played Half-Life games, Half-Life mods, all of the genealogy that is coming from Gold Source and Source Engine. And for example, for me, this type of movement is so naturally ingrained within my brain that whenever I'm playing a new-ish first-person shooter, I firstly have to learn how does it move. And I know that certain companies or programmers or designers purposefully sometimes are trying to recreate some of the physics of the Half-Life movement in Unreal Engine, but sometimes it proves to be hard. I never did that, I was never interested in that. But yeah, the movement is one of those things that is so ingrained in my brain that unless it is Halo, I think, or the old school Quakes or Unreal Tournaments, I have to relearn how to move in a certain FPS games if it makes sense. Yeah, so I would be interested in that kind of things, to see like this genealogy tree. Oh yeah, they did this movement this way, and that's how it followed. Or for example, how in Half-Life 1 they kind of faked Marines to be smart, right? And how many other companies took inspiration out of that. That would be cool. Beksterowski says, I mean like Hammer. You can of course make blockout with modeling tools in Unreal Engine 5, but apply textures onto it and scale and position, good luck. You can't make complete levels with only brushes. Ah, okay, now I know what you mean. Yeah, like you take a brush, you create a model out of it, and you put textures and you're done, right? That's what you mean. Okay, that type of workflow. Well, funnily enough, I think right now in Unreal Engine 5, thanks to the geometry script, yeah, that's how this plugin is called. Thanks to geometry script, I would take a bet that you could probably create such blueprints with geometry script for level designers that maybe you could attempt something like this. Maybe not one-to-one, but I remember I played around a little bit with geometry script to create like floating islands generator in the air, and I think you could bang out something like where you could create vertices in air and add new and stretch, scale, had all these operations inside and apply textures. I mean, you know, there is modeling, the whole modeling, where is it? The whole modeling mode, right? But I'm talking even like going beyond that, like create a geometry script and prepare it in such a way that level designer could just, you know, place it on level, stretch it out, apply textures, and move on, right? And then after that, level artist can go in and redecorate things, etc., etc. I think with geometry script and PCG to create lots of the small details that are needed for modern games sometimes, I would bet that you could do something like this. But on general, you're right. This is not out of the box experience on Unreal, right? So you're right. This kind of experience is not something out of the box for Unreal. Unity, I don't think so. And I didn't use Godot in that capacity, so I'm not sure there. But yeah, you're right. But yeah, the fact is that you have to put in some effort to get close to Hammer, right? It's not an out of box experience like that. Yeah, like one of my level designer friends that was here like some time ago. He was, for the shit and giggles, at home prototyping. I forgot with which editor, but he felt either it was Hammer or maybe some Quake level editor or whatever, right? And he was banging it out, right? And he fell in love with that workflow, and he went to work and told us, shit, can't we make a workflow like this? I was able to prototype whole swaps of levels so quickly and test out my ideas. And here I have to wait for meshes, or I have to build out shapes like that, but then applying textures, etc. is a bitch, or making any kind of interaction. Can we make it work like that? So I know that level designers, if they touch these kind of editors, they are in love immediately. Lektorowski says, sorry for misunderstanding. As you can see, my English isn't perfect. Oh, bro, don't you worry. My English isn't perfect as well. Like, I speak with such a thick accent that anyone that is native can immediately hear. Slavic. Okay. Okay, so I was talking while I was supposed to be learning. So we created that. We have the reference to actor setup. We are calling this, and right now we're supposed to destroy this actor. Okay. Let's place this actor in here. But does he have... Yes, he has the state tree. So we have idle. We hit it 5 times and it should be dead, and some message should be output here. Okay. And as predicted, it's not working. That's why I love going through quick guides, because it's like, well, it was supposed to work and it didn't. Yeah, because I don't think I finished a couple of things. Okay, here's the... Create a new transition and set trigger on state completed. Set the transition to drop down to 3 succeeded. But on which state I should select it for? For that state, okay. So we have to right now fix all of that shit. And a new transition here. On state completed, transition to 3 succeeded. And was I supposed to click anything else? Not really. We have the tasks on that state, right? It's supposed to output debug text destroyed. We can make the font scale bigger, but the truth is none of this shit is happening. And I think because I think I didn't click that correctly. It was supposed to be on tick to that. And then it should go, yeah, I think I found the bug here. My transition was selected to root, not to dead. I wonder how do you debug this? For example, I want to see which state I am in. Oh, there are some statistics here. State 3, 20, 172 bytes. Wow. I hope it's just bytes. State 3 root, shared data, 56 bytes, 1 node. Theme? You could select a theme here. So for example, I can select the dead and select a color here. Oh no, it's just for all the state 3. Oh, okay. I want to get back to the default color. This could be useful to color code certain state trees connected to very specific actions. Let's see if I fix this. Or will I have to 2, 3, 4, 5? Doesn't work. It does. It actually got destroyed, but I didn't see the Text. Where the fuck is my text? It's not in log. No. Okay, so it got destroyed. The entirety of this thing ran correctly. But there's one thing. The debug text didn't show up. At all. That's bad. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's see once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it should die after 2 seconds. And still no debug text. And the question is whether it is just bugged in the current version of Unreal or something. That would suck, because that is so important for understanding where you are in the world. An additional thing, I want to know, how can I debug which state I am in? Like, for example, I click play. Does it show here? Can I connect to it? No. Fuck. Uh-oh. Okay. Not here, not here. Tools and debug. For state tree. No, 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 no. Profile audit. No, no, no. Maybe it is in gameplay debugger. No, not really. I mean, there's AI and behavior tree to be, so I would be able to debug, but no stage tree. Okay. So I'm not sure. Oh my god, it is so loud. I don't need it that loud. Okay, so I don't know why the debug text doesn't work. Let me get back to it, maybe just for a hot second, just so I can see if maybe I misclicked something. Not really, it is as simple as it seems. Okay, that sucks. Add a spline path. Oh, so I could move along the spline, right? And oh, there's something called state tree evaluator. Okay, let's move along with it. Even though they say that you could make these non-AI based, but it feels not entirely true. But okay, let's just follow along. Yeah, we completed that state. Add a spline path. Okay, so BP spline actor. Let's create this new blueprint actor. Just actor, BP spline actor, as you do. And you're adding spline, as you do. How are you guys liking regular spline editing in Unreal? Sometimes it is annoying for me that I want to just click on specific point and move it, and it doesn't select it. Instead, it just selects the root of the actor, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I have to first click the actor and then select some point on spline. Sometimes it gets annoying a little bit. Let's add spline. Yeah, we have our spline. Whatever. And blah 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 blah. New state tree evaluator. State tree evaluator, blueprint base. Get spline. Oh, okay. I wonder what this business is all about. Blueprint class, state tree evaluator, blueprint base, select. This is our get spline. On the topic of Half-Life, I just got reminded of one thing. There used to be this project called Project Borealis, where fans wanted to create their own Half-Life episode, Half-Life 2 episode 3 based on one of the descriptions that was being published by Mark Laidlaw, from what I remember. And it was made entirely on Unreal Engine 4. And they were recreating the source engine movement physics in Unreal. I wonder how this project is going far along. I remember 2015 or 16, me and my friend were even considering volunteering for that project. But we decided, oh, we don't really have actually time to volunteer. We would only be a burden there. I wonder how this project is coming along, and will it get released? Because I'll be honest, I thought that Black Mesa will never be finished. The fact that it got finished, kudos to those guys. And kudos to Valve being so cool with someone else remaking their game and making money off of that. Kudos to them. Most of the companies don't like when someone remakes something. Calling out Nintendo and Square Enix. They are very bitchy about that. I wonder how these guys are doing that are working on Project Borealis. Open STE, get spline, and go to functions. Oh, we have functions in state tree. Okay, we have state tree task and state tree evaluator. State tree task is just something that on a specific state can be running, right? And they are going top to bottom. This task, then this task, then this task. And they can be done in a very specific order on a specific state. I wonder if an evaluator is something that can run constantly, irregardless of which state are we in. We will see that. Got that, and we can have tick, tree start, and tree stop. I think that this might be something like this, that it constantly evaluates stuff for us, and we can get access to the results of evaluation, which lends itself well to utility AI, when you want to evaluate lots of conditions, statistics, etc., and you want your AI to do specific action if certain parameters are falling below threshold, above some threshold, etc., etc. Kinda like Stalker 1 AIs did. I still haven't played Stalker 2. I really want to play it, but I haven't found the time for it yet. I wonder if you could do something like this with that. Dexterski says, oh no, YouTube again stopped my message. Fuck, why? Why YouTube does it? I don't get it. I was looking before starting stream through the settings of my YouTube streaming and all the mod options, and I turned off. I once again made sure to turn off everything that I, could at least click through. So no auto mod should be stopping any message. That sucks. That sucks. I don't like when YouTube does that. And now I wonder what you were, sending here. I saw the movement code somewhere on Project Borealis on GitHub. Is it still active? Because I remember looking at this GitHub like long time ago. But it was like, I don't know, 2019 or 20. I wonder if they are still active, if they are still developing something. And Project Borealis is available on Steam to play. Are you kidding me? How does any news outlet didn't pick up on that? How the fuck did I not know it? What the hell? Really? Steam Project Borealis. Whoa! Whoa! It got released this year. The prologue. Holy shit! And it's mostly positive. Icebreaker Industries. Whoa! How cool is that? Now I know what I will be playing this Christmas break. Dexterovsky says, I didn't play it yet. I really wonder how it turns out. I see people are happy, and it's quite recent release. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Okay, I don't want to spoil this shit to myself. I just want to play it. Oh my god. Thank you, Dexterovsky. I didn't know it was available there. None of the, news outlets that I follow or subreddits or whatever talked about this, and I don't understand how. It is a big thing if you are a Half-Life fan. We had good things this year, like the documentary about Half-Life 2 from NoClip. And now this. Oh my god. Okay, I have to get back to the state trees, but right now my mind is racing to, okay, I just want to fucking play that. That's great. Okay, so, tree start. Yeah, let's get back to our bullshit. So, in this state tree evaluator, I have... Oh, and I have another function, get description. Okay, so it implies some UX. Okay, tree start. I was supposed to do that, and then... Oh no, the slowest fucking thing possible. Get all actors of class. Holy shit, I hate this node. Dexterovsky says, and how is it only 6 gigabytes with Unreal Engine 5? They migrated to Unreal Engine 5? Holy shit. I was thinking that they stuck on that they decided to... I thought they decided to stick to Unreal Engine 4, but if they moved to Unreal Engine 5 and have only 6 gigabytes, kudos to them. Some nice optimization there. Some nice content packaging. Unless it's a 2-minute, 2-minute intro and it's 6 gigabytes and the full game will be, like 600 gigabytes. We'll see about that. But Dexterovsky says, yeah, on Steam page you can read it is UE5. Wow. And they have a GitHub page. I want to download their GitHub and go through it. Maybe that is an idea for a future stream. Let's go through Project Borealis. Let's open up. I wonder if they released only just a movement portion of a code, or did they release the whole project that we can download and open up the editor and look how they set up things. That would be awesome. Okay, let's get back to the one of my most hated nodes, get all actors of class, because it is slow as fuck. When you have maybe like 2 actors in the level of given class and have 80 actors overall, then yeah, it is fine. But most of the games I worked on have shitload of objects in level, and then you call get all actors of class, and holy shit, it is slow. It is so much better to create like a simple manager subsystem and have all your specific objects on begin play register themselves in this subsystem, and then just get the subsystem and get the list of actors there. But get all actors of class, let's go. Get all actors of class. Let's do this bullshit. And then find nearest actor. Okay, okay. And that's also something that I in C++ would contain all of my pointers to actors in octree, and I wouldn't use that, find nearest actors, because that is slow as fuck, but let's just do that. Let's just freaking do this. Once again, we are creating actor and we are selecting BP spline actor, of course. BP spline actor. And find nearest actor. Variables actor, not actor, actor. And it's just an actor object reference, as they said, blah blah. And also, once again, we have to type in context in category. That's the UX that I don't like. It is too easily missable. I would love to have other way of tagging it as something that connects to the state tree. But it is what it is for now. Okay. Get actor location. And yes, we have to once again cast the BP spline actor. Not a big fan of that, but okay. I would love to create those kind of things probably more in C++ code than Blueprint. But it's good that they gave out options for quick prototyping. So it is only a state tree evaluator that gets the spline. It doesn't do anything more with that. Okay. Promote to variable. Spline. Right? Spline actor. Okay. Let's be exactly as they are. And that's kinda it, right? And then we have to hook it up to state tree, and state tree contains a couple of evaluators that I can create, and it's automatically binding. Okay, so evaluators, get spline. And I forgot, I think, once again, set spline actor as out. Okay, so what? Do I have to put out category in here and it will automatically show up here? No. So, what the fuck? Output. Oh my god, that's why I don't like this, because I see out on this screenshot and I'm thinking, oh, that's the name of the category. No, it's output. And then it gets shortened to out. And now it works. Yeah, not a big fan of using categories as a workaround to have bindable variables and state tree. I would love to do it the other way, but I get that they probably were trying to find a way to do it, and that was the easiest one. I hope they will work it out at some point, or I will just get used to it and stop bitching. Okay, I have this. And okay, state tree to ask for movement. We'll be moving along the spline. That's great. It's been ages since I had created any movement along the spline. I didn't have a need for that for a long fucking time. It will be a nice reminder of how to do this. Okay, so new state tree task. And state tree task blueprint base. State tree task spline movement. That's how they called it. Move along spline. Okay, whatever. Spline movement. It will be my name. And untick, and of course I have to create the reference to actor. I see the pattern here. I have to override event tick, create a variable for the bindable actor. Okay. This doesn't seem that hard, but the fact that I have to remember to put context in here is kinda annoying, but whatever. And then spline actor as input. Sure. And it has to be BP spline actor. Okay. And once again, I misspelled that. Because I cannot type for shit. Spline actor. And this has to be set as input, I guess. Input as category. Okay, and BP spline actor. BP spline actor. Let's go with that. And now what do they have here? They have set actor location and get location and distance along the spline. Yeah, sure. So, get actor. I would say that they are lacking is valid because the bind might be wrong or something. So I would first check if this fucking thing is even valid. And then set actor location. Okay. And get location at distance along the spline. Okay. Spline actor. Spline. What the hell? Why cannot no... Wait, what? I just want to get my spline from this shit. Yeah, get spline. Okay. And get location and distance along spline. Yeah. Get location at distance along spline. Sure. Coordinate space, probably world. Yeah. What distance do they set here? Promote to variable. Okay. It is distance, and then we do have coordinate, of course, worlds, and this is what we'll be teleporting to. Okay, and what else do we do here? Okay. And if distance is less equal than spline length, then don't do anything, and if it is still bigger, then do this. Okay, seems simple enough. So let's drag the branch from here, blah blah blah. Let's be quickly done with it. Distance. Math in blueprints is the death of me. Let's bring my display in. And then get spline left, spline actor. Here I have my spline actor. Length. Get spline length. That's how it was supposed to be, right? Right. And connect it to this. And then we will be working with the movement speed. Uh-oh. Sorry in advance. My stream might get fucked up for a hot second. And it did get fucked up. My screen went off. I hope things still can be seen. I hope you see the editor. In the restream thingy, I see that you do see the editor, but please confirm for me. Because things got fucked up a little bit for a second in here. I turned off my monitor by accident. Yeah, so now let's create the movement speed. Dexterovsky says, it works. Graphic driver restarted probably. You know, the whole week, not a single fucking problem, right? The moment of stream, you know, suddenly I see, oh, something happens on my screen. Let me click the settings and I accidentally, you know, turn off the monitor, right? Yeah, I turned it off myself, but I turned it off because some weird shit was happening on my screen. So I was like, okay, let me go into settings. Maybe quickly I will adjust something. Oh, I misclicked the button. So the cause is the same as usual. The whole week, nothing happens. Moment of stream, the hardware is working against me. I'm used to it. I remember back in the days when I was a teenager, me and my friends, we were recording some music, and I remember the hardware gods were so against us at some moment that there was a microphone cable that was kind of going from microphone to, of course, the sound card, right? And it was going on the table. And if the remote for television was on the left side of the cable, it was working. If it was on the right side of the cable or somewhere else in the room, it wasn't recording. And it was like that only for one day. I have, you know, electrical engineering degree, and I still have no explanation for why the fuck would it be like that. To spice it up, this remote had no batteries inside it, so no electromagnetic interference that we could talk of coming off of the remote itself. I still don't know what could be the plausible scientific explanation for that. But I remember someone, for example, I don't know, had some OCD tick and was moving away the pilot, the remote control, and people were screaming, no, 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 don't move it, we won't be able to record, shit. And then we had to, you know, like, place it in the place again so it will record better. Fucking wild. Fucking wild. That's the moment when you start to believe in, like, electrical ghosts and shit when you're a teenager. Yeah, so I got my movement speed, and now my distance plus, oh my god, typing out math is so problematic in here. And yeah, that is a new distance. I know that there is a math note for typing out mathematics in Blueprint, but I tried to use it and I felt like it was Nexterovsky says electrician degree, so how you became a gameplay programmer? I said electrician? Oh no, I wanted to say electrical engineering. Sorry, I mispronounced. No, I'm not an electrician. Unfortunately, I had electric engineering degree with the specialization of electroacoustics, something like this. I kind of blacking out on that. And how did I become a gameplay programmer? I was sitting in a classroom at university and there was like a talk. Some guy was getting in. He already finished the university and he had a job, and he was talking how he was going with his degree in one way while he spent all of his time after school, let's call it, working on something that he was truly passionate about it, and he decided in the last semester to switch the specializations to maybe go into something that he's actually interested in. And while he was talking about it, I had an epiphany of like, yeah, I'm spending all of my time reading about video games and trying to implement something on my own. Let's finish this degree, but let's go into the game development. And fortunately enough, at my university, there was like this, how is it called, like a students club or something like that was connected to making video games. So I went there, and then I applied for some internship. But it was thanks to this guy that he gave me this epiphany of like, yeah, you are getting with your degree and career in one way, but your heart is in a completely different place. It's better to align that shit if you can. And I could, so, you know, that's how I became a gameplay programmer. Because, you know, I really wasn't spending my time reading about electroacoustics or anything like this. I like to, back in those days, make music, but making music and studying electroacoustics and then working in that field are two separate things. And I felt like, well, I got some knowledge about coding, etc. So maybe I will have some start in this industry. So that's how I came to be a gameplay programmer. And from what I know, not a single programmer that I know actually, you know, either studied a curriculum that would move them into gameplay programming. All of them were studying something completely else and they decided to go into game development industry. Or people were not going to university at all. They just sat down in front of the computer and learn on their own. So I don't know a single person that went to university and actually ended up with the job that they were preparing for. So, yeah, so there's that. But I don't want to blast university too much because they gave me one skill that I wasn't a person to be able to learn that, which is how to teach yourself anything. I, as a teenager, wasn't mature enough to sit down and, outside of maybe like music, to learn anything, and university forced me to mature. So even though I don't use too many skills or knowledge from university in my day-to-day basis, I am grateful for them helping me mature because I wasn't a person that was able to teach themselves too much. Dexterovsky says, so you didn't have any programming school listed on your CV? I had listed my university in my CV, and the degree was programming strictly, but we had a couple of classes on programming, right? So while I was applying for internship at Techland Warsaw, they asked me about, okay, your curriculum is for that, but did you have any coding classes? And I told them like, yeah, I did. And they were like, ah, okay. So not programming school per se, right? Just, you know, engineering school. But I'll be honest, most of my superiors that I met didn't even go to university or any kind of, you know, programming school or whatever. They are mostly self-taught. So, you know, in my opinion, you don't have to go through university or programming school to, you know, apply for a job. It might help with recruitment because there's this thing, you know, for recruitment, HR is responsible and they are looking at CVs and they might be judging in a stupid way, right? But then you talk with the people that actually do coding and they don't give a fuck if you were after some school or not. They are only caring if you know how to code. That's the only thing that matters, right? You could have the best you could go to fucking MIT, right? And they will ask you a couple of coding questions, and if you cannot answer, they won't be interested, right? But in many big companies, first you have to go through HR, and they might be looking at it or not. Although from what I know, all the leads that I talked with, they specifically said to HR that don't look at education because so many programmers are self-taught. They won't have the degree in programming or anything like this, right? And I think that's okay because, you know, especially in today's day and era, you can really teach yourself that. If you know, if you are mature enough to stick with it, right? I wasn't. I needed university to beat me up in order to learn. But so many people out there are, and you don't need a degree for that shit. I don't know if I made sense, if I answered your question actually. it might have been rambling. Dexterovsky says, nice, yeah, I have heard of it that in programming jobs you must have something in your portfolio, GitHub or whatever, and this is more important than school. Yeah, 100%. I agree, especially now I see that a lot of job descriptions do have, hey, give us your GitHub code or some project to open up, etc. We want to see your coding style rather than actual programming school, right? And for example, for me, it is a problem. If I wanted to switch jobs, I don't really have like public GitHub repository or anything like this that I could show off. All of my work is behind NDA at specific companies. But I don't search for job right now. But if I were to, I would have to create like some GitHub that shows off my coding style, etc. Although I had the thought like a couple of days ago that how viable it is right now, because so many people are using ChatGPT and other AIs to create code that you don't know if given code was actually created by that person or not. Does it still matter? Like, it's Wild West right now with it. But yeah, so many programmers that I know are much more interested in your portfolio, GitHub, or answering a couple of technical questions rather than your programming school. Leksadowski says, thank you for sharing anyway, I appreciate it. No problem, man. No problem. My going into game development was really weird. It took one inspiration, and then when I entered the industry, I think I might have been the only programmer in Techland Warsaw that never written a renderer in their life. Because I wasn't coming from graphics programming background. Lots of people, when they were starting some game coding, they started with writing renderers. And I couldn't be less interested in that at that moment. And people were looking at me funny when I said, yeah, I have no idea how to write renderer. And they were thinking like, are you even qualified for this job? And I'm like, no, I swear I am. I just never touched renderers, right? Please, I can still do gameplay coding, right? I won't be writing, hardcore shaders that are supposed to perform on PS4. No, I'm not an engine programmer. And, I had to prove that, okay, no, I can do the job, right? I'm just coming from a different angle. Okay, so I did this, and we did that, and of course, movement speed. We have to set to something. 5 units per second seems okay. And for what they did, blah, blah, blah. And of course, distance set to 0. If we are done. And... oh, finish task. That is actually an important note. Yes, we did succeeded that job. The task, right? We moved along the spline. So if the spline will be closed, it should move infinitely, I think? Depending on how get spline length is actually coded. I don't remember the implementation details. Dexterowski says, graphic programming is silly shit. I am not even looking at this. Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. Like this year I tried to learn more about rendering because I felt like, yeah, after 10 years, almost 10 years being in the game, it is time for me to finally, I can create simple materials, simple shaders, but let's actually fucking learn this shit, right? I won't be becoming engine programmer ever. It's not something that I aim for, but it would be nice after all those years to get some of the knowledge, right? And the first problem was where to start, because there's so many options how to start, so many opinions how to start. I decided to start with ray tracing renderer, and it turns out on the logical, how to say it, it's way easier to wrap your head around ray tracing renderer because it's very physical based, right? It's something how I would think that it should work. You just need to go through lots of mathematics, couple of research papers, etc. But there are a couple of nice courses, like for example ray tracer renderer in a weekend, and I went through that. It was nice, but then I was like, okay, but it is ray tracing. How we go about, regular renderer, right? And I still haven't started even because I saw so many opportunities and those decisions. Should we start with DirectX 11 or jump straight into 12? Opinions differ, so I was like, you know what? I will attempt this at another moment because it seems like it's way too much for me at this moment. Let me concentrate on other stuff. But yeah, ray tracing renderer is way easier to wrap head around, I guess. Okay, so we finished this and we are finalizing the stage tree. New state, move along the spline in idle and parent to idle state. I hope I didn't make a big mistake in the simple blueprint, because simple blueprints are the ones that I'm getting fucked up the most. Okay, so idle, move along spline. Child state, move along spline. Could I color just this node in a different with a different color? No. I would have to add additional colors in here. For example, movement, and then color code it into, I don't know, green. And then I could, oh, that's nice. I could color code it like this. That's actually nice. Okay, I have a new state. Go to the details and blah blah, and I have to add new task STT spline movement in my case. Okay, this is my new task, STT spline movement, and it doesn't compile. Input property spline actor is expected to have a binding. That's nice. How do I bind it? I bind it like this, right? Yeah. Thanks to my state tree evaluator, I have my spline actor taken from level. I could bind it here. This binding stuff is amazing, especially as it looks like Niagara UX-wise. But the fact that I have to type in the category to make it show up here, not a big fan of that. Okay, so do I have to do anything else in here? Not really, other than actually create the spline on level. Let's put it there. Spline actor. Let's create like a small spline. Let's move like here. Let's create like a close. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I wanted. And like in here, and let's make it a closed loop. Details, line, closed loop. Yeah. Thank you, and what have you. And it should be moving along the spline. Let's see how it doesn't work. Oh, it actually works. I managed to not make an error. Okay, it is nice. So, just looking at it from like a perspective outside of it, you could create movement tasks that are creating very specific movements. Define those movements here and create the way, implement the movement here. And just using the actor, you could basically move any actor in that way. So this state tree task is reusable for everything. If you want to have a fireball moving on spline, you can do it. If you want to have enemy moving on spline, you can do it. This seems good. Okay, I think I need to put my desk in a standing mode because my lower back is kicking my ass. Okay, now I'm golden. So yeah, that's nice. Although you have to rely on this binding of spline, but That's alright. That's alright. We have our evaluator that isn't optimal, but you know, for just showing off how it works, it's great. Alright. So. We have that. Do they offer anything else? No. Okay. So we got through this quick start guide. Were there any discrepancies between the quick guide and what was actually in the editor? Yes, only one. And I don't know if it is my error or something that doesn't work right now in Unreal Engine 5.5.1. It's this debug text task, because after I shoot at this freaking thing for a couple of times, it should output a message. Oh, dying. Stopped working. That's nice. Probably I have to create some transitions from move along spline to dead. The one thing that I don't understand is how can I debug which state I am in. In behavior trees, it was working out of the gate. I don't really know how to debug this thing. Dexterovsky says, I should stop messaging you because you can't focus on the actual thing. No, not a problem. Not a problem. It is on my end. I have to learn how to, you know, divide my focus. It is for me to teach. Please ask away anything. We can have a hangout, talk here. No, not a problem. Not a problem. Especially as, you know, in my day-to-day job, you know, I'm working on code and I also get messages and I have to respond to them, help people out, etc. You know, it's a regular thing. So, not a problem, bro. Not a problem. Okay, so the funny thing is that dying stopped working. I'm not really sure why. I guess the idle state doesn't really... This thing on tick doesn't really happen with the condition of actor hit count. Let's try that once again. Oh, it's moving me away. Oh, I missed. How the fuck could I miss? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it should die after 2 seconds. And it doesn't. So again, another discrepancy that we just found out. Just going by this quick guide, the dying part will stop working. Unless, you know, I fucked up this adding of this task, which I want to see in a second. Did they say anything about... No. They didn't say anything. Just click and drag move along spline state into the idle state to parent it. Okay, and that's it. Then you are adding tasks. So I guess the dead... Going into dead state is not really working. I'm not sure why. Oh, we can have tags for tasks. That might prove awesome. I can just, you know, take these transitions. Can I copy? Yeah. Yeah, I actually can. So let's copy those and paste it. Ooh, I cannot paste it. Okay. So we have to on tick, you're going to dead, and condition is integer compare. And the left side operator is, as we said, actor hit count equaling 5. But I don't like this kind of bug that my idle, my parent state, is not being evaluated like that anymore. I don't know what's going on in here, I'll be honest. So I have to repeat the conditions for transitioning into that state here. I think it is on my end. I think that I didn't have set up something, but they also didn't specify anything in the quick guide, I think, unless I'm mistaken. Let me follow through quickly. No, not really. They don't show anything connected to making sure that your idle state transition is also being evaluated. They're not showing that. So we have two discrepancies. Debug print text doesn't work, like they show here. And other thing is the dead state doesn't work too. Let's see if our fix fixed that. I would think it did, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it should die. It still isn't dying. And that's another thing that I kinda don't understand. Debugging the stage tree. It's supposed to be evaluated, get 5 hits, and die. But that's not something that happens, does it? It just moves infinitely, and it never goes into dead anymore. I'm not even sure. I can see if it tries to even destroy the actor, but 3, 4, 5. Nope. It's not even going into my state tree task that should destroy this actor. So it's fucked up in some way, shape, or form. And to evaluate why it doesn't really register. But maybe my hit count fucked up. Let's see if my hit, maybe that part is not working. Maybe it actually works underneath, but wait, what? It registers hits from my player. Okay. And this, okay, it should be 3, 4. Yeah, after this incrementation it will be 4. And 5th. This is the 5th one. Delayed destroy should be called, but it won't be called. It actually is. Oh, wait a second. It actually, then why my break didn't work here previously? Okay, okay, let's get back to our shooting target. It tries to destroy the actor. Okay. And now it is dead? I literally didn't do anything. I just set up a breakpoint on the component hit event. And now it works. This is Unreal Engine anomaly. Oh yeah, of course, I'm not checking what I'm hitting, so this thing hit my player too. Okay, let's turn off this thing. Is it working only with the breakpoint? And now it's also displaying destroyed message. Mind blown. It just wasn't working previously. After I put in breakpoint, it started working. Am I hallucinating? Please tell me. Did you guys see the same exact things? Oh, it wasn't dying and no debug string message. After putting the breakpoint, it started working. Am I going crazy? It's weird. Dexterovsky says, same situation with consume input and mover but inverted. Ah, okay. Okay, so Unreal anomalies, yep. Unreal anomalies. That's the moment when you're starting to think, is my brain okay? Am I hemorrhaging? Yeah. Do I have a brain damage right now? What's going on? Did I bump my head? So, it turns out there are no discrepancies between the quick start guide of State Tree and the actual experience, but you do need to put in breakpoint in one of your events to make sure that it works. You cannot make a short out of this. It would be insane. Okay, I think I will need a quick break to, refuel my drinks, etc., etc. So I'll be back in a hot second. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I hope audio still works. I refueled a little bit. I got my beverages. One, beverage two, and a little instant ramen waiting for me. So let's go further with that shit. Dexterovsky says, I'm using also 5.5.1, but I hadn't had any of these problems, but I usually have them occasionally. Yeah, sometimes this shit happens. I remember at university they had like a small anecdote about that at some, they were working out some FPGA, which is like the custom programmable circuits, right? Processor circuits. And they were working out some prototypes, etc. And it was working. 2 days before some presentation, all of them started outputting wrong freaking values. And they were like, what the fuck is up with that? It looks proper when you're debugging the flow of, what is happening. It is following the logic that as it should, but it's not working. It turned out that there was some sun activity and probably some, neutrinos from the sun affected the circuits that they were programming, and they are forever damaged. And they had to take new circuits, quickly re-implement all of that shit, and it was working. So yeah, sometimes sun activity can, especially in electrical engineering, electronic engineering, could fuck up things. And that's when I was like, oh, maybe that's the explanation of a couple of magic phenomenons that I saw in my life when it comes to electronics. Okay. Good to know. So, we completed this quick guide. And we also learned that Half-Life Project Borealis is on Steam. This is a very important thing for me and for my life. But one thing that I am interested in as well is, where is this? State tree. How to debug. State tree debugger. That's what I want to know also. How do you debug all of this shit? Because in a hot second, I want to jump into my game, Bow&Arrow game. I was prototyping the water bubble that is moving somewhere in the level, can be affected by wind, and you can shoot at it. It can burst and drop some water to put out flames. But then I had a thought, like yesterday or a day before, that, well, bubble is just a carrier. Whether it is carrying water or flame or something else is contextual. So I want to redo the bubble a little bit so it can contain anything really, and what is inside, the visualization of what is inside and what is being dropped after being burst is very contextual. So water bubble per se wouldn't exist. There's just only a bubble as a carrier of something inside, right? So I want to redo that. And I was thinking if I could re-implement the bubble with the state tree. And I was thinking that maybe a couple of prototypes that I could do for my game could be done with the state tree. Maybe that way I could, for example, create one state tree task that is responsible for the movement, spline movement, right? That was working on here. And I could reuse it in a couple of other gameplay objects, right? Or maybe I could have, like a simple puzzle that actually works through a couple of states thanks to a state tree, right? So that's, I want to instantly jump into using that. But before I go into this, I want to learn how to debug the state tree, right? So yeah, I already went to the state tree quick start guide, because without being able to debug this thing, I wouldn't jump into this. You can enable and disable individual states. Okay. Let's get into this. So I can disable this. They disabled. And they also shown that there's another thing that I could click. Some small. Okay. First discrepancy. This icon doesn't exist here. But it's a small one. You can still, you know, see it. Okay, so that's how you enable disable states. That will be important for sure. But I want to see what state am I in. Enable disabling tasks. Yeah. That's great. I can go into my task. Once again, no such icon. Or was there something about turning on debug? Oh, it works with the Unreal Insights. That's great. That's cool, actually. Okay. No, there's no prerequisite clicking on buttons, so this thing will appear that we're in the debug mode. Okay. So we can disable transitions, we can disable tasks. Can we disable evaluators? No, we can just delete them. But yeah, truth be told, why would I want to turn off the evaluator? It's just an evaluator, it doesn't do that much. Condition debug options. What is this? Okay, I can force true on a specific condition, on force false to see how it reacts. Okay, that's great. So for example, I can go move along spine. Let's play the game. And I can just click on move along spline. I can click here and click here and force true, and it should die in a couple of seconds, right? Or not. So maybe here, condition, force true. Oh, and it shows up nicely as, hey, it's true. But it doesn't work. Yay! What the fuck? And what? If I put the goddamn breakpoint in here, will it work? Does it really only work with the breakpoint? God damn! Or is just this debug feature not working? Once again, evaluate and then force true. Yeah. I don't know. It was working hot second ago. Yeah. Seems like a regular day at work. Okay. So that thing might not work as I want it to. Breakpoints. I can break on enter, break on exit. Great, I would love to break on enter, but it never happens. So now it freaking happened. Somewhere. In some blueprint. It happened here. And how do I tell the shooting target to carry on? There's no play button here, there's only here that I can resume. Okay, now I know I'm in the dead state. That's good. And now destroy actor shows up and spline. It's not stable at all. I'm conflicted about this shit. Whether it is issues with my machine or... And also the way it looks. Like, I don't see... Already it is a little bit different, because the way they show it here, it's like, hey, here is the name of your state and what kind of task it is running, right? It is showing up nicely. Here it is a little bit different. The name of the state and then the tasks are being shown here in that fashion. Okay. Small discrepancy, nothing that we couldn't run with. Break on exit. Okay, it works the same way. There is a debugger, visual debugger. Ah, it's like, oh, that is powerful. We could just record this shit. We could just record this shit. What is happening, and then traverse the timeline. Okay, so let's debug what the fuck is happening with this shit. But you have to go into window, but I went into window. But I didn't click the debugger because I'm a stupid ass. Yeah. Not just a game preview session. Okay. And it's already record. Whoa! It starts in a dead state? What the fuck is up? And I know why. I know why. But the funny thing is, will I be able to see why? No, it just shows. Yeah, actually I am able to see why. Look at this. My whole state tree. And what it was doing. Starting global tasks in the first frame, evaluating, trying to entering the root, entering the idle, trying entering move along the spline. New active state, move along the spline, right? And it immediately triggered the transition to go to dead. Because integer compare was true. So it transitioned into dead immediately. Exited this state, entered this state. Wow, this debugger is actually very powerful. Yeah, it's showing me, okay, it was being dead. It was taking the dead task. Then the delay task happened. Finished and immediately deleted the whole thing. And I know exactly why, because now this forcing works. So I guess my error was clicking force through while the game was happening. You should do it before playing in editor. Okay, now I know. Let's compile that. Let's record again, another trace. And it saves a couple of executions. And it once again starts in dead. And I can once again evaluate this. Only this. Can I? Okay, let me switch around a couple of things here. Can I delete the first execution? Because I'm not really interested in... Yeah, I can. No, it deleted everything. Great. Yeah, I had force through here also. So let me turn that into evaluate once again. Let's play this. And it shows perfectly. Move along spline. Root, idle, move along spline. And the current value of it. Great. It is moving around me. Let me take this shit. How does it show up? It shows up like this. Okay. It's actually cool. It's actually cool. Now it is destroyed. And it will die. And I can see all of it happening here. I could see, okay, the transition is not finished here. Not finished here. Not finished here. We are in the dead state. And the only thing is that it doesn't show like a flag here that, hey, actually transition happened in the last frame. Because that's where it shows where the transition from one state to another happened. It shows you, yeah, integer compare for the transition condition was true. So let's go into dead. And it only shows up for this 1 second. For this one actually frame, not second. And then it goes away and dies. But that's cool that you can just record it. Not only see it in the real time, but just record it and then look through it. That's powerful. That's super powerful. I love that. Okay, so we have a way to debug it. Let's go into the game and actually implement shit with this state tree. Or should I say re-implement this shit. I will leave this on for for the comparison if I'm messing something up. And let me turn on my game. So we will try to re-implement two things. First of all, water bubble should be just a water bubble. It should be a bubble that has default behaviors, and it is a carrier of things. The visualization, the cosmetics of it are changing depending on what it's carrying. And that's the first thing that I want to do. And the second thing, maybe try to see how overkill it would be to re-implement what I already have working for this bubble movement. Whether state tree would be cool for it. Dexterovsky says, I assume the state tree is overkill for your task, but you want to learn it, right? Yeah. I want to learn it and I want to evaluate it. Like, I see that, yeah, for such a simple element like a bubble that carries something and you can burst it, it wouldn't be optimal even for a shipping game, right? But maybe for quick prototypes, it would be cool to quickly manage those states. Maybe, I'm not sure. I want to evaluate this stuff. But yeah, it is an overkill for sure for such a simple thing. But for certain systems, it might not be an overkill. When you have to manage like couple of states and some of the states can be parallel, etc., then it might be actually beneficial to use the state tree. Right now I don't have such case, but oh yeah, I have to turn that on, and let me just open those tabs because when I restart the editor it will forget what I was actually having turned on. Now I can restart it. And yes, I want to learn the state tree that way and evaluate where is the moment where you should be thinking about state trees. Whether prototyping simple elements with that is too much or maybe not. But for sure, if I would have some enemies, I will probably use state trees. And if I had some complicated level game logic, I might even use some state trees. That, okay, this platform is moving that way and then something else is rotating and things have to synchronize in states for something to be happening, right? The gameplay implications are strong with the state tree. For now, I'm in the mindset that maybe like 3 or 4 states with the enum variable could be manageable in Blueprint or in code. But the moment you introduce parallel states or more complicated transition logic, maybe it would be easier to realize via state tree. And as I said previously, it looks like state tree tasks could be reusable, so that could also be helpful. I'm not sure yet. It's the first time I'm using it, so this is part of the evaluation. Okay, we have all of that shit turned on. Let's get into flame propagation range and let me quickly grab my instant ramen. Alright, where is my mic? Here it is. Alright. Okay, so what was happening the last time? Here's our water bubble. I don't know why it has this thick collision here. And here's our wind actor that is constantly outputting wind in a certain direction. And it can start affecting the... Oh my god, I completely overshoot it. Water bubble and... Oh! I left myself a comment here in red. Hey Ada, you should change the way you apply wind interaction. So after wind actor gets rotated in runtime, the new wind direction will be included, even though neither on begin overlap was called nor or end overlap. This will increase interactivity. Oh, that's why you leave messages for yourself, because I completely forgot that that's what I was doing last time. So another thing to do. Yeah, right now I remember when I was rotating the wind actor, my bubble was affected only on begin overlap and on end overlap. So I would have to move wind actor and put it in the same place back again, so the bubble could be affected by the new wind vector. So that's something that I also have to fix. And I guess I set this event for 300 milliseconds, 300 seconds, so it will stay here. That's why you leave yourself these messages, to remember such shit. Alright, maybe I will just quickly fix that issue. It is a wind actor base. Oh yeah, this is my print string. Great. What kind of other events do I have here? The event that I would have in C++ would be if I change the actor's rotation or location, I could instantly react to this. But I see in blueprints, I don't really have that kind of thing. So that sucks. So I have to use the event tick, which I'm not a fan of using that. Yeah, I have overlap. I'm not simulating physics really. And I don't have on while overlap. But do I have on actor location changed or something like this? No. Edited? No. Fuck me. Yeah, so the only way I could actually fix this is on event tick. I have to do the trace box trace by profile, really. Overlap all dynamic. Ignore myself, and I hate the fact that I had to do this on event tick in blueprints, but fuck it. And what kind of other traces I could use? Maybe there's some more intelligent trace here. Yeah, and I could have, of course, more objects, so I have to use multi. Yeah, and I can just use the sphere trace as well. Multi-sphere trace by profile. Let's use that. Let's quickly fix this so the red message won't be popping up. Oh, wait a second. Multi-sphere. Not sphere, multi-box. Why was I wanting? Delete this and that. Start and end. Okay. Get unscaled box. Dexterowski says, I am reading about state trees and I see that they can be useful with designing interactions in level, but what's the difference between making it level blueprint? For now, in my opinion, the difference might be manageability. It might be easier to manage in state tree because with blueprint, you quickly end up. What is my with big blueprint? Yeah, here's my big. No, it's not that big. I've seen worse. I don't think I have a blueprint that would be super big. Okay, let's take this. For example, let's say you have some level interactions and you are either writing them in blueprint, in level blueprint, or you have custom blueprints that are working out. And when you are basing the states, the behavior and the states more on booleans or enums, at some level of complexity, it becomes unmanageable. Because suddenly you have 3 booleans that actually are interacting with each other, and depending on whether they are true or false, some other enums is supposed to change to something else. It quickly becomes super hard to manage, create tweaks, iterate upon, etc., etc. With the more complex logic, it gets too hard to manage, whether in Blueprint or in C++ code, right? So then state tree allows you to divide all those operations on this complexity into a more manageable way. Into evaluators, okay, what kind of things you need to get evaluated? Tasks, okay, these are the things that could be happening continuously. And of course states, hey, you have the state where this thing is idle, then it is moving, then it is flying, then jumping, etc., etc. Kind of like in, for example, animation blueprints also feature states, right? When you are having state transitions, etc., etc. For super simple cases, you could probably not even use the animation blueprint states. You could probably do it in code, play montages on your own, and be golden with it. But super quickly, it evolves in such a way that, yeah, you need states and state transitions and go about it in that way. And with certain games and with certain interactions, the same case could appear with level interactions, where you are triggering one lever, 6 other things has to suddenly change their internal states and inform something else to spawn other things, and AIs have to react to it. It quickly can become super hard to follow, super hard to manage, and super hard to debug and iterate upon. At least that's what my take on it is right now. Let me think about, can I come up with like some example from a very specific game that I would probably do with state trees. Problem is when I have to recall any game while being asked about something, suddenly I know no games. I never played a video game before. My memory gets really, really foggy instantly. Games with such level interactions. For example, Uncharted. Some of the level interactions could be done probably with state tree, where you are doing some puzzle, things are moving, some water is flowing and filling some parts of level, or Tomb Raider interactions, something like this. I would probably do with state trees because it might be easier to manage. Another example, if you played Titanfall 2, there was this level when you were going through the factory that was creating houses from modules, and at the end we were fighting in such module. Let's say, for example, if things are being swapped in and out constantly in this module house, and this factory constantly was doing things, it could be probably done with state tree and be easier to manage than straight from the code, I think. But we will see in a hot second how easy it is to, you know, come up with simpler interactions. Maybe it is an overkill for most cases. So let's implement that. Start and end. First blocking hit, blah blah blah. Results are sorted. Yeah, start and end and half size of a box. So half. Oh, I don't have a half size here. That is kind of funny that I just cannot get half size from here. Yeah, actually, how do I would create this sphere, this trace? I guess this also won't work out because I can scale it in such a weird way. I could also not use a box thingy in here. What kind of multi-traces I have in here as well? Capsule. Dexterowski says extend. Yeah, maybe let's use extend. I forgot about that. Get unscaled box extend. Okay, split struct. No, recombine. I don't want this. And then what? My start is my actor location. Oh my god, my voice is giving out. Why? Get actor location. Pop. My end should be... Extend should already include the half size, right? From what I remember. Yeah. So it should be this plus my extent. I think I'm fucking it up, but you know, we'll see. Orientation, yeah, it can be whatever. The profile name should be overlap all dynamic. Traces to ignore. I'm ignoring myself, yeah. Yeah, I think let's create the draw debug for 1 frame because we are ticking in the event. Let's see. I probably fucked up, so and maybe let's turn off this string. I'm working on it. Where is it? Oh, what the flying fuck? What? Ah, yeah, half size. Of course, of course. Isn't it just this? What kind of monstrosity did I create it? Oh, my brain is not working right now. It looks 5-dimensional. Have you ever done 5-dimensional shapes in Unreal? I am doing it right now. I need to sit down for this one. Okay. If I remember correctly, at least from C++, that's what I was searching for. Box over returns an array. That's what I was searching for. Pardon me being dumbass. But no, wait. Box overlap components. Was it really? Barabar says, when the camera was going slowly down, you had the perfect chance to do Obi-Wan from episode 3 and say, hello there. You're right. I'm not as funny as you, man. How is your day going? Did you just wake up? Oh. Barabar says, I'm still waking up. Holy shit. I envy you. Now eating some borscht with little ears. That's one way to translate this. But I'm actually I love how it sounds in English. Yeah, me too. Actually, it might sound insane from anyone outside of our region that we are eating borscht with little ears. What the fuck? Yeah, we cut off ears from people and eat it. That's the Polish tradition. Oh, what can I do here? Promote to variable. Okay. What can I do with this? Yeah, actually, very rarely do traces and blueprints. Ah, yeah, world dynamic, object types. I don't really have any actor filter. So this is our box position. This is our box extent. I have some warning in here. Can't parse value, object type query, or object. Yeah, shut up. And of course, make array. And this. Not remove this constraint. Reference self. You're eating borscht and I'm eating instant ramen. Traditional Christmas soup. Barabash asks, do you think we should start a subreddit for a famous streamer Adarozo? No. I'm neither famous, no do I think subreddit is necessary. I don't think so. I remember that Barabashi started one subreddit sometime that had like, I forgot what it was, but it was connected to some specific meme. Is it still active? Barabash says, we don't care, we need some space for fans. Okay. Maybe I could start like a specific Discord or something like this. Next year, I think. OnlyFans. Yeah. OnlyFans. If I could be paying mortgages and bills with OnlyFans, believe me, I would, but no one wants to pay for that shit. Dexterowski says, yeah, Discord is a good idea. Yeah, so I think next year that's what we will start with. You know? Some Discord stuff. Because Reddit seems like, I don't know, Reddit seems like a weird place lately. Barabas says, you won't know until you try. I don't know. I don't know about OnlyFans. Not really. I think I'm hedging my bets that it won't work out. Okay, so I'm taking a... Oh my god, this is so not optimal. Box overlap actors and I have to do this. While I actually only want to check for overlaps only when the whole freaking thing is moving. Oh my god, Dexterowski, did YouTube cut out your comments once again? That fucking YouTube. I need to investigate it a little further to understand why YouTube might be cutting out comments outside of some hidden auto moderator, but why the fuck would it get triggered on your comments? I have no idea. Okay, to quickly show whether we actually, for each loop, yeah, are detecting anything. This is one of my favorite ways of implementing anything, is using all of the debug options. So print point debug draw point in the place of detected actor. Get actor location. Let's see if we fix that red error, and we will get back on our track in a hot second. Yeah, let's print it out as freaking red for duration of 0.1 second. It's not red, it's orange. That makes sense. Okay. So I wonder what the message that YouTube deleted was saying for you, Dexterowski. And Barabash, how are you feeling waking up this late? Do you feel good? What kind of game you've been playing last night, or maybe you weren't playing game or doing something? I was watching some movie or something. Okay, let's quickly... Whenever I say let's quickly on stream, it actually proves to be super long. So I will start saying otherwise. Let's move it, let's do it slowly. And I haven't seen if it's outputting anything. I don't think it is. Do I have the event tick actually on? Yeah. I will just... Yeah. Okay, it actually finds water bubble. My debug print is messed up. Today I have a weird way with the debug print. And it only launches once? Okay, yeah, whatever. But I was able to detect it. Great. And that's where I just have to call this. And like that. And I can delete this. It is being done. Great. Now to move on. Oh, Bow&Arrows has a story. A little hangover. I was watching movie, eating and drinking wine, as yesterday was the longest night in the year. The OG Christmas. Ah, yeah. I was watching Renfield, pretty fun movie. Nicolas Cage was playing the main villain, Dracula. Renfield. I don't think I heard about it. Is it like a comedy or something? Or a super serious movie that was supposed to be serious but turns out funny because of, you know who? Dexterowski says, okay, YouTube is cutting out comments about site we was talking about. Don't know why. Reddit? The moment you reference Reddit, it is cutting it out? Reddit is a banned word on YouTube? If so, how the fuck all these YouTube drama accounts about what is happening on Reddit last week are making any live chats working? I have no idea. So if I started a Reddit and I posted a comment here, would it still be deleted? Ah, no, that one with the fans one. Okay, okay. Only fans. Oh my god. Still, if you were trying to say OnlyFans outside of the context that we all know, and it is cutting out, it is kind of fucking stupid. But the same way, Barabas, like couple of streams ago, tried to reference daughter of Vegeta from Dragon Ball, which has the name Bra, and it was cutting out the whole comment. Because fucking auto moderator. Barabas says, a little comedy, a little action, a little serious stuff about toxic relationships. Oh, okay. So a good movie for OG Christmas, longest night in the year. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, now let's... It used to be a water bubble. And it was deriving from water actor base, etc, etc. Had all of this logic to its movement, etc. I want to change things around. I want this to be a generic bubble that is carrier of things, and what it carries defines what will be spawned after burst and defines what kind of visualization it would have, right? So whoa, why didn't remember? Okay, it's funny that it went like this. So instead of it being water bubble that, you know, derives from water actor base, it will just be a And now how to call these things. Dexterovsky says, I want to write down the name of channel you should look at to take some inspirations for that business, but it is still getting removed. Okay, this is important stuff. Let's pause shit for a minute. And can I live do something about this moderator? Maybe there's some like list of banned words or something. YouTube Studio. Oh, okay. Now, right now, what YouTube showed me is that some AI models are being trained on my content. So watch out for other also AI version. Probably I can opt out of it, but that's not what we want to concentrate on right now. Settings, general, channel, advanced settings. Actually, there is this option of not showing inappropriate words, and I have it off. So what the fuck? Okay, I think it will be a little bit longer to find it. AI Angel channel name. Oh, it worked. You don't even have to be a woman anymore to take that stuff. Yeah, I heard about AI grifters that are creating AI girlfriends and they are making money that way. I will be lying if I would say that I haven't thought about that. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. But Abash, you were playing around with AI from what I remember, so maybe, you could create an AI harem for people. Harem full of waifus and husbandos. Okay, so let's create a new folder for such objects. And I don't really know how to call that, so we will call this bubble. In freaking Unreal Engine 5. Oh yeah, connected to metahumans. That would be something. And I bet as we speak, someone is already probably in the middle of implementation or close to release of AI metahuman girlfriend on OnlyFans. I guarantee you that. That's 100% what is happening right now. So what will be happening right now is we will be creating new blueprint class, actor, BP, bubble base, at least for now. Air bubble, maybe not air bubble, just bubble base. Bubble base, it's a weird freaking word. And yes, we will be copying a couple of things. First of all, we'll be copying. Why didn't I use sphere trace here? I don't know. Anyway, we'll be copying all of this. Maybe I could have done it in an easier way. Wait a second, I'm being a Dumbo. Let's delete this shit. Let's just resave this asset. Let's see if that will work out. Let's resave. Save as. BP bubble base. The way I'm doing it right now has a tendency to break. And let's deparent this thing from BP Walker actor base into actor. And that's where we are fucking up. But that's okay actually, because on component begin overlap, we don't have an overlap interaction, so fuck that. Actually, it worked out great. We just created bubble base when we copied some of the logic from it, right? About movement, how it is moving on event tick. It is traveling in a specific direction and it will interact with the wind. Yeah. I think what didn't... Okay. Let's bring up water bubble again. Don't think that didn't happen. Yes, the bursting event we have to re-implement, but whatever. Let's get to the bubble base. It looks like this. Let's change the material to something more... Yeah, it can be like this. Or, no, I don't like this. Air? I wonder if there's an air. No, there's a chair material. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, it can be something like this. Because it will be changing depending on the things it actually carries, right? And it should work out just like a regular bubble that we had before, right? Let's put in bubble base. It doesn't have any collision yet, so I have to implement collision. But this time it will be just a sphere collision. Sphere collision. Right, and I want this to actually be aligned. Hello. So let's increase the radius. It may be even a little bit bigger. Show me the sphere. The collision is a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's good. And what are the settings? They are overlap all dynamic. Yeah. Let it be like this for a second. And let's see. Yeah, our clear bubble is moving. So we the coupled. Whoa, 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 whoa. I want this. Yeah, and it is being affected by wind actor. Whoa! There's some bug. I could add lots of speed towards this guy. Okay, we have some funny bug. Physics-based bug, but you know, that's what happens. Or calculation-based bug, actually, not physics-based bug. But now let's implement carrying stuff, right? So how we should go about this? What it means that it carries something. It means that it should change the material, right? And it should change it should change what is being spawned after it's being burst. So the perfect we could do it either via variables or create a struct. For now, I will just use variables called carrier is something that carries the signal. And what is the thing in English? How do you name something that is being carried by carrier? It sounds bad. item material. Fuck it. And material interface. Material interface. Container is a thing that contains something. I wanted the thing inside of the container. How is it being called? And I'm blacking out on that right now. The bubble itself is a container, and containee or something like this. Or whatever. Yeah, and material interface. Actually, it should be material instance, right? Yep. And spawned item. Yeah, because the things that could be spawned from the bursting could be not only flame, etc. It could be actual items that you can get. So let's call it like this. And it will be just actor class interface this time. And now sphere. On component begin overlap. Let's call it that. And as it was in the original bubble, I don't understand the logic of is bursted. It's busted, so let me get back to the arrow. How the arrows worked in that project, I kind of forget. When I'm hitting something, on target hit confirmed. And it's, yeah, I have to do a little rework here because I was using base classes and now I want to use interfaces for that. What is going on? Kanye is calling me. Yeah. Attach component to component, blah blah blah. Add impulse, add flammable component. Some old shit about catching flames and shit like this. Okay. So if we are overlapping with, I will take care of this in a second. BP arrow projectile based. Then we are setting lifespan to, I don't know, half a second to show the visualization, and then we should get spawn actor from class here. If, of course, it is being valid. Because otherwise the game might crash. And spawn transform, get actor transform. This is our spawn transform. Okay, that one is being handled. And the only thing that is being left here is in construction script. I want to take my sphere and apply my material, set material. I will have only one index there, only one material, and I want that. And by default, I want this to be this. What the? Because, yeah, of course. And material. Not a problem. Refresh nodes. I cannot refresh this, huh? Okay. Wait. I have selected this and I still cannot use that. What in the holy mother of is happening? M underscore statue glass. What is going on here? Okay. I think I'm still overkilling it and actually might not need a item material because I can just... Yeah, what was I thinking? I can just select this thing and change the material here. Duh. So, it will be spawning whatever item it carries. So if it carries flames, it will be spawning flame, new flame. If it carries water, it should be spawning water after shooting at it, etc, etc, etc. So let's set this theory to the test. Right now we will have a... Lexterovsky says, your material was just a material, not material instance, I guess. Yeah, that's true. But what I wonder was, my variable was at first material instance, so that it was obvious to me that, okay, yeah, I cannot hook up material to material instance variable. But then I turned it into material and I still couldn't select it. I don't understand that. But as I said, it was a stupid brain fart of me to even create this variable because I already have a sphere that I can apply it to. If I wanted to have some additional particle effects, that's where I would add those, right? So, okay. Now, and here is the problem that I was talking about with naming conventions on the last stream. We have the bubble, which is bubble based and everything is great, but then we have water related and fire related. Where should I put the flame bubble and water bubble? Should I put it in here? I don't know, maybe. Should I put additional bubbles in here? Maybe. The case is for both of those things. Why? Right? That's where collections are amazing, and that's how I will be using it. So, I'll create all my bubbles here, even though they are fire and water related, and I will create cosmetics collections and assign them accordingly. So right now, create child blueprint crest, but before that, I actually have to expose this shit. And now, create child blueprint class, BP water bubble, and let's create immediately BP fire bubble. Let's open both of those up. I wonder if I will find some cool fire material right out of the gate. Now we have two bubble water bubbles, I mean. That won't be confusing. And we will have a third one with state trees in a second, so I will have to go through the project and delete the unused stuff at some point, but not for today's stream. Right, let's change the looks of it. Let's use actually the same material as we used here. Water bubble material. Right? And my spawned item should be water actor. For now, let's just spawn the whole water actor. We will take care of the water actor that will be just falling down and making everything, you know, all the flames disappear while it is going down, right? This will be done later. For now, let's just spawn water actor. BP water actor base. This is what will be spawned there. after bursting. And for the flame ones, let's sphere. Let's see if there will be something cool. Fire, torch fire instant. There are some materials. Let's see. Whoa! Okay. First shot, first winner. We have it. We have it, folks. And it should spawn just a singular flame. Once again, it should probably be falling down until it touches the ground, and that's when it starts propagate. That's the detail that we'll take care of later, either in this stream or in the stream somewhere in the future, in the next year. But for now, let's just spawn our bp.flame base and let's be done with it. In air. Here. BP flame base. And let's see if our shooting interaction works with it. But for that to happen, I also need to select the game mode for myself, which is primary action game mode. Yes. And go from simulate to selected viewport. And additional thing that could be cool, I could put those things on level actually. In level. Shit. And the new water bubble. The old one I will delete from level. Place it. Where the hell is this? And nothing happened. That's good. And nothing happened here as well. Because I'm not overlapping it. Yes. I selected... Where the hell was that? Base. Begin overlap, where I think I should have selected... on component hit. That's what I should have selected. No. Or not. What the hell is happening? This blocking projectiles, so... Okay. Okay, so begin overlap also won't work. Because it's not overlapping, it's actually blocking, right? I had the wrong freaking thing. I want to overlap all dynamic. But yet projectile is still on block. So it still wouldn't work. If I'm not mistaken. That shit would work at all. Projectile will still be blocked, right? Right. So what I have to do right now is go into project settings, because I defined the projectile on my own. Go into collision. Create a new profile, not profile. Yes, new preset, new preset profile. Call it bubble. Collision enabled. I'm not sure. Maybe I will be having physics collision later. Aquarian physics, yeah. It is a world dynamic thing because it is moving. And I want this to overlap everything. Let's accept that. And from what I remember, I won't be able to immediately select it as my collision preset. Oh no, it actually did work out. And now I should be able to trigger this. No, it still stops. Why? Why it's not overlapping? Here's my collision. Here's where I was supposed to. Never mind. A stupid error on my end, of course. No collision on mesh. Or collision or actual collision. And I want this to be bubble. Yeah, make sure that you're clicking right component before setting options. But still no event on begin overlap. I'm sad. And I know why, because it's not that event once again. Oh my god, such brain fart. Sorry for that. Now it will be working. Should be. Yeah, flame appeared. And try to spawn other flames. And this will spawn small water actor. Correct. Don't know why breakpoint wasn't hit. That one I cannot answer. But, and why did my water... yeah, I don't want to set... I wanted to set it on itself. Yeah. So now I know why my bubble... Yeah. So now the bursting of bubble works, right? I don't have a sound of popping, etc., but... Dexterovsky says, I wanted to write about this, but I thought this might be stupid, and I was right. This was an issue. You mean about this component selection and physics that I had just beforehand? Yeah. Yeah, it was stupid on my end. But it's a regular thing of me clicking wrong things. Yes, not sphere but sphere collision. Yeah, exactly. I missed that. That's why naming convention is important, and why actually maybe sphere collision should be the root instead of sphere. But it will be deleted. I don't want to delete the new root. I just want to reparent that. Okay. Because there's a tendency to click the first thing in the hierarchy, right? And work with that. So when I have the first thing in hierarchy being a collision, the chances that I will misclick are a tad bit smaller. Okay, so... And there's one thing, from what I remember, in Flames, I was able to skip pre-spark phase. And if I remember what it was showing up with that, and it was set to... Yeah, okay, so it's working out as it should be. Okay, so we have that. Right now our bubbles can be carrier of different things. For now it is a flame, it can contain water, and I could probably come up with some wind that when you break this bubble it will create a wind in the direction that you shot from. That you should add. That would be actually cool. But also weird, but cool. But right now let's try to re-implement, just as a test, this whole water bubble that moves... Where was it? this whole, actually not water bubble, bubble base, all of its movement, etc. Let's do it via state tree and let's see which one is more manageable. How many clicks, how many problems, etc. Just to evaluate for such simple interaction. Because I'll be creating lots of more prototypes and I want to see whether I should be taking state tree into consideration for that or should I reserve that for more complex cases. Let's test it out. Shall we? So, blueprints, bubble, and let's create a new folder inside of that, state tree prototype. Let's create a new actor completely. BP state tree bubble base. Let's call this. Yeah, once again, it will have sphere collision. And let's have it as static mesh. Let's have some static mesh in here. Yeah. And this mesh, I want this to be the exact same as in bubble base. So let's get here. Let's take our sphere. And let's have the radius the exact same. This is bubble base, the radius is funny. Yeah. Let's have the material the same way. Or maybe let's signify that it is a little bit different. Yeah, whatever. Actually, it is a funny material because it moves and kind of like a bubble. Whatever. Yeah, and now what we were doing, we were adding state tree to it, right? And you had to select the state tree here. So now let's go in here. Let's create a new state tree. State tree component schema, st bubble. The first state will be idle. You will move from root to idle instantly. And right now, do we need some evaluators? Actually, yeah. The way we would divide, the way it was working, we will have to select parts of functionality and turn it into state tree tasks, and some of it into state tree evaluators. And if we look at how the base is working out, on event tick, it is moving, right? In the local space axis, it is moving up and down. That's one task, probably. And movement world space tick, it is the other task. This will be the code from one task, right? This will be the code from the other task. But as we can see here, we have travel direction in world space. That is something that most probably will be happening with the evaluation, I think. Where we will be yeah, we have event on wind interaction and we are taking the so the actual evaluator will be simple because it will be just taking the wind direction that it has and outputting it for all the state tree tasks. Yeah, it is an overkill from what I see right now, but I just want to see if it is easy to implement, or will I have some troubles along the way? So, without further ado, let's create those state tree tasks. We had to go like this and go state tree task blueprint base. It will be called state tree task z axis local space movement, maybe. And we can override a couple of things, and we'll be overriding tick. We will just copy the exact same logic that we had in here. Z-axis local space max velocity. And once we reach it, yeah, let's do exactly that. But the couple of things that they showed us when we're doing the tutorial. First of all, variables, actor. And we have to type in actor interface, of course, that's object reference, of course, that's regular, but we have to type in context into category. Only now it will actually show up there. And the idle should have child state movement. Yeah, and the task here will be z-axis local space movement. We have the actor in context, and we have bindable actor in context in here. Okay. So in our state tree task, first of all, let's evaluate if we have valid binded actor. Let's hook it up here. Let's recreate our variables, like for example z max offset travel current time. I don't need water bubble here right now. I don't need the additional water bubble. I don't need my original water bubble. I need bubble base. Yeah. Let me just copy those variables from here. But not everyone. I only am interested in space max velocity, travel duration. Oh. Okay. Bubble base. I have to go one by one. Okay. Current offset. And I have to go with this. And now I think we have every variable worked out. This is delta time connected because it's just a basic movement, and delta time is also, I think, in here, right? It should compile. No, that's not compiling because we need to hook it up to actor. And now our state tree task should be working in such a way that our state tree implemented bubble should be moving up and down. And also what we could do, we have our max velocity here. That's being set to 30. If I set it to... And I'm not sure what kind of category I should use here. To do this, and I should be able to... Oh, whoa, remove binding. Can I just type the value movement here? Not really. Oh, now the icon showed up. The icon that wasn't here before. Okay. Another funny issue. Okay. Yeah, I think all of these should be in input, and I should have the copy of these variables in my blueprint. And then I wish I could just... Can I just type that in? What if I turn it into context? This context property, this is the context property. It is automatically connected to one of the context objects or can be overridden with property binding. Invalid type. Parameters, new property, float, rename, whatever the fuck that name was. Let's see. It's already proving to be way much work for such simple thing. That's not what I was copying. I tried to copy the name. And can I bind it to the parameter? I can. Okay, so the context thing, the category context can only be used on object references or structs. So tough luck. I have to use input. I'm guessing right now. Okay, it has to be set up as input, but what I'm thinking right now that, okay, if I were to balance right now a couple of elements and I wanted to set up the movement variables to be able to balance them, I would have to constantly recreate those parameters in here. Not a big fan of that. There are also parameters in here. I don't really know what they do. In what other way I could input variables in here? Of course, I can create them on actor and then just bind them. But I am thinking of a way of like, hey, I created this state tree task that is taking care of very specific movement. It requires these variables, and I can hook up these variables as a data asset to every state tree, right? So if I create a new state tree, I could just hook up this, add new data asset, and automatically have all my variables selected in here. But it doesn't look like I could do this. But wait a second, let me take a quick gander here in our previous project. Because I had parameters and why do I not have... Alright, I know why I don't have those things. I haven't migrated my project yet. Okay, I won't be doing it live because I'm bound to fuck up things. But let's see, when there is a new parameter here, it's just a new parameter. So when I will be using state tree tasks and I want to bind them to variables and I want to use the same state tree task in like 6 state trees, I had to 6 times click through, for example, 15 parameters if my task uses those. That kind of fucking sucks, I'll be honest. Unless I can find a better way of adding parameters to state trees. I think that's where evaluator might come from, because I could create an evaluator that would just be able to put them out. And I could just reuse the evaluators for that. And the evaluators could read data assets. But there are so many elements of direction in here that for such simple cases I am doing right now, it is way too much and way... Yeah, it is such an overkill, but okay, let's go with that. Let's create an evaluator that will actually output these parameters and I could bind them automatically. Right, so yeah, let's put all of our needed variables in here. No, current time is not needed. I only need travel duration and max velocity, right? That's how I was balancing it. Yeah. I only needed the velocity and duration and the rest will sort itself out, right? Okay, so now I have to create an evaluator. State tree evaluator blueprint base. Yeah, sure. STE. I wonder if there's something that is being called STD in here. Z-axis local space movement parameters. Maybe let's call it get. And the way it works, I have to override on tree start. So also I would have to decide, am I doing this evaluation only once or am I doing it every tick, because other things might be influencing my velocity, etc, etc. Okay, let's do this. And from what I remember, I have to create a couple of variables. Basically I have to copy this, all of these two variables. Where the hell am I? That's where I am. Jesus. And set them at output in order to bind them correctly. And am I right? Evaluator, this. Yeah, and I have these variables of mine, and now I can bind them. Z-axis max velocity and Z-axis max offset. Jesus Christ, it's such an overkill for a simple thing. So I already know that for simple elements in my game, such as burstable bubble that carries flame, water or other elements, it is an overkill. But let's finish this, you know, this evaluation. Let's get to the finish and working bubble, right? Because right now what happens is you still cannot just, you know, change your variables here by doing that. You could probably, you know, just decide these values here and that's it. And treat your evaluator as a carrier of data. But what if you want to use this stage tree task for 6 different state trees that are doing completely different things, but all of them are moving up and down, right? And you want to balance it in a different way. Well, it looks, yeah, like you would have to create your own data asset. I don't have code hooked up here, so I cannot create like a real data asset, but I can create like a struct, call it s the underscore z-axis local space movement parameters Add two variables, two floats, and copy their names. Jesus Christ, I'm already annoyed by all of that. I see that, yeah, for AI it is workable because of the way the enemy AI data usually is being divided. Yeah, it is workable, but fuck me if I want to use it in any other case, actually. Right, and I have these values in here. Like 30 and 2. 30 and 2. And now no, I kind of hate this, I'll be honest. Or I could create like a data table. But then I would, yeah, I have the struct with that. Oh my god, data table, z-axis, local space, movement, parameters. I don't think I'm doing the best advertisement for state tree used outside of enemy AI context. Add a data table, I don't know, the name of it is whatever, and have like, I don't know, 60, and trial duration could be the same. And now in my state tree evaluator, I would have to create a variable here. Still, I'm missing one thing. How can I use evaluator in such a way that inside of the state tree I could just pick the data asset from the level? Boy, oh boy, does it prove to be a little bit problematic. Because right now, yeah, I can use this. And then go like this, get data, get, what was the name? Data table of these things. No, how the fuck? I forgot how you get the data from there. Okay, we'll get data, table column as string, export names. Yeah, let's name this row whatever. Test, right? Row name test, blah blah. And then I would have to parse it. Oh my god, it's hell. It's hell. I already hate this because the one thing that I don't know how to do is how to output this variable into. That way. Oh! Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. So I overkilled it even more than needed to because I could have. Let's delete this. Straight up do this and nothing. If it is being set as output, it is an output. Okay, but I could go like s dot, what the fuck I named it? Z axis, yeah. I could just go like this. Open it up for addition, and then I could see my variables here. Yeah. But still, I would have to do something stupid like this. Set and set. Take this, get data. First of all, is... No, it is set. So break. Let's at least get it moving, because it's already kinda getting on my nerves. The way you have to go about this being reusable, right? God damn. Mm. Okay, I think we are kind of done. Now let's take our bubble that is connected to the state tree. Let's see if it is even working. Let's get this. Let's turn on the... Oh my god, and the yes, debugger. Okay. And let's play. It is working here, and it is moving up and down. Great. Now, okay, I'm not interested in debugging anymore. Let's balance it a little bit differently. Let's turn it into 60. Dexterowski says, okay, I must go. See you next stream. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Dexterowski. Happy New Year. I hope you have a good Christmas too. And see you next year, because I will be having 2 weeks off of stream. I won't be able to connect to internet like that. It was great to see you here. See you next stream in the next year. And have a nice rest of the day, of course, Dexterowski. So, I wonder if Barabash is still here. It's moving like this, and in order to be turned into something that that's the test project. Oh my god, so much clicking to turn this, to create this simple prototype. I'm not a fan right now. I'm not a fan at all. Right now we would have to create the movement world space stick. And there are a couple of things connected to that. Oh, there's one thing that I actually realized here. Travel direction world space. We are adding these, and now we should also normalize. Yeah, that is supposed to be our travel vector. Yep. Okay. So quick fix of a bug. And oh my god, I so much don't want to implement the rest of it, but fuck it, let's do it. Let's just do it. Now another state tree task. State tree task. Blueprint node. BP. No. State tree task. bubble world space movement. That one is also on tick. We have to copy the logic of that shit. Which is exactly this. And once again, we have to copy the data. Travel direction world space and travel velocity multiplier. Yeah. And I need to stand up. Because my back is killing me. Okay, we're done. So we need to add this. Hook up our delta time in here. And once again, we need to add actor. We connected the actor to it. Travel direction, world space, etc. That's great. These have to be turned into inputs from what I remember, right? Because I will be okay. Inputs. Because I will be taking these from evaluator and it's killing me. But whatever, because now I have to add this task in here. Bubble world space movement, right? And it has those variables to connect. And I want to kill myself right now, so once again, compile. Of course, it won't work, and that's expected. Now, state tree evaluator. State tree evaluator. Get bubble world space movement data. And once again, I will just do it on tree start, whatever. We need variables, copies of these variables. That one I don't need. And these are output variables. Oh my god, so much clicking. It's not a valid workflow. It's absolutely not a valid workflow because right now I have to create this struct once again. Or I can just duplicate this and call it, I don't know, input and input and set them as this. Get back to my stage tree. Add new evaluator. And I have to remove these from output. Set them to default. Ooh boy, I hate this. And another thing that I have to do is, oh my god. And in all actuality, that is wrong. I actually don't need this here because I will be having this in here. This variable, because I will also have the interface of wind. So it means that I will be copying some code. Wind. Or should I say this? Implement event. And now let's copy the wind logic. And I need to open this up for being bindable. Oh my god, this logic is hell, it's hell. But okay, on event wind interaction, it should work out. Because here I will just bind this to oh, I can. Oh, I made an error. Okay, I will clear my error. I actually don't need this thing. And I don't need these as output. I could just have it as state evaluator as a collection of data that has this. So now it only has this input travel velocity movement, and I can bind it to that specific variable. And this I can bind to BP. First of all, I haven't selected the context actor class. It is st bubble. And now here I can select this parallel direction world space. Now it will compile. I kind of want to shoot myself in the head right now. Where am I? Yes, I am here. Is my collision set up properly? Nope. Bubble. And now it should be moving where wind it's telling it to move. There's so much work. That I think I am done with the state tree implementation. Yeah, it is being affected and updated along with the state tree. But there was so much clicking that it is absolutely not worth it. So my evaluation of state tree is that yes, you can use it outside of the enemy AI context. But for such simple prototypes as burstable bubbles, couple of, I don't know, maybe levers in the world, when the interaction is simple, state tree overcomplicate things. I went a couple of wrong routes here with the exposition of data, so that I figured out that you could just create a evaluator, define couple of variables in here, expose them, and just bind them to whatever the task needs, right? That's okay. And those tasks are reusable, so that's nice, right? That you can create the z-axis local space movement task, put it to like 8 different state trees, and it will be working out just fine. And cooking up the evaluators that will give you data to balance. But for simple prototypes, it seems like way too much overkill. So I wouldn't recommend that. But enemy AI, yeah, I could see how it could, work out just fine. Probably even better than behavior tree, because you have the ability to hook up parallel stage trees in here. And that's awesome. For way complicated interactions within level, I would probably consider it. But for now, I consider this experiment and evaluation as, yes, stage tree is cool. There are a couple of caveats when it comes to clicking through it, but not for now, not for these simple prototypes. Maybe if I will be making whole interactable level, when you shoot at something else turns, and basically the whole level has multiple states that need to be managed. That's where I might be considering stage tree. But not for simple shit. Because yes, you can create the state tree task about local space movement and share it between state trees. But you know what you also could create? A z-axis local space movement component and share it between actors. Like that. It's way easier. So yeah, state tree for things that have way more than 3 or 4 states and might have way bigger complexity. And with that, I need a small break. I need to refuel my drinks. Go to toilet, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. And I will be polishing it up a little bit more, those bursting bubbles, so we actually would have falling down water with visualization, and we will spawn the flame that is actually already going down and spawning on the surface, right? And then we will create a simple surface full of flames that are already there and are trying to be propagating, and we will have some bubbles in the air and we will be shooting at them, trying to create a pathway among the flames. That's what will be happening in like 2 or 3 minutes. So see you soon. I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Let's turn off all of this state tree stuff. Yeah, let me turn off that shit as well, but I like this material, so let me take this material, wind wave, and hook it up to base, bubble base, because I like it. Yeah. That's the only good thing that came out of it for this game, at least for now, because I think I will be using state trees for enemy AI once I will be, implementing it. All right, so let's get back to our bubbles. Why? What? I had a cool freaking fire. What? I think it might have been this. Probably. And on water, I wanted to have, I don't know why it completely overwritten my materials. Water. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, great. So, what I want to be doing here right now is water bubble is supposed to spawn like a volume of water that will be falling down. It will just be going down until it overlaps with some ground, and that will make it disappear. Flame, I want to spawn just a flame. Trace it, or should I say trace it down, spawn in a specific place, but just show the visualization of it appearing from the very specific place, which is the bubble being bursted place. So let's maybe start with the flame. I want to copy the flammable surface, but scale it a little bit in such a way. And now, from what I remember, set original flame point. There is an event where I can say, hey, this was the original flame point, and spawn the flame in some other place, but, set the original flame point somewhere so we will show the actual visualization. That's what we'll be doing with the fire bubble. So let's implement this shit. Where was it? Ah, yes. Spawned actor. On component begin overlap. How should I actually do it? I should implement it as an event or interface or whatever. I should create the event, post custom event on post item spawned, and it should include a pointer to reference to whatever the hell it spawned. Actor reference. What the hell? Actor. Okay, and here we have it. On post item. On post item spawn. We're sending this, we're sending that. Here it does completely nothing, but in my fire bubble, I don't need any of that. On post item spawned. It doesn't hurt to be defensive and check if it is valid. I will be doing some changes probably at some point in bubble base code, so always checking if reference is okay is a great way to save ourselves from crash. In C++ code, of course, it means checking for null pointers. So if it is valid, we could cast it to BP flame and just basically do that. Okay. I don't really understand. Whoa. Set original flame point. I don't understand what the error was about, but... And we have our bot. It only took 4 hours and a little bit some to get our bot on Twitch. Let me delete this motherfucker. And let's click. Yeah, I don't need cheap viewers. Set original flame point. I think that's kind of it. I think it should work immediately. Nope. And I know exactly why. Because I also need to change where the flame spawned, because right now I'm just spawning it immediately there. And I need to influence the position of the spawn, right? Green Coke says, we want cheap cookies. I agree, I also want cheaper cookies. Hi Green Coke, how are you doing? What's up with you? How are you doing on this fine Sunday? Hey, yay! Yay, yay! Just like Ice Cube used to do. Green coat, good, good. Green Coke, not green coat, sorry. Green Coke, good, good. Slept through most of the day, been a long night. It's good to sleep off a night like this, right? Yeah, Barabbas was here beforehand, and I think he still is, but he still might be lying in bed and listening to me on his phone from what he sent. He also had like a late night. Long, long night. Been cold all day. Yeah, it's been cold in here as well. Greencock says, yeah, nothing drives you to get out. I agree. I agree. Perfect day for, you know, sitting in front of the computer. Won't blame him. Yep. Yep. Okay. Because right now I'm here spawning in the place I am at. I want to influence that. So... Oh, I hate creating functions like that, but I don't think I will be able to escape this. Unless... Interfaces. Do I have flame interface? No. Green Coke says, I recently got 5.5.1 and oh boy does the engine feel different again. Really? Nice. Nice. I was working on 5.5.1 today and the beginning of the stream when I was, I'm covering state trees, etc. One thing I saw is that the documentation was from previous versions. So certain things didn't align, but it was okay experience. Niagara is super simplified. Oh! In what way? Are there more templates or the whole UX of Niagara changed? To be a little bit better? Should I create like a bubble interface where I could be like able, get spawned item transform to be implementable? Or should it just be a function? I'll just create a function right now. Get spawned, get item to spawn transform. And output will be a transform out spawn transform. The base implementation will be just taking that. Sure. So Green Coke says about Niagara being simplified. It is being simplified in the way that when you open it, you no longer see 5 blocks, no, only 2 or 3, base, spawn, and mat. And when you add modifiers, it's a small list of only 12 things instead of 100. So huge change, like I was looking for vortex force and couldn't find it. Huh. Okay, so instead of being lost in the sea of options, you only see a couple of things, and that's it. Do I understand that correctly? C instead of being lost, there's no more C. Oh, so everything is completely hidden. And you have to turn shit on in a completely different fashion as before. I love when Unreal does the shit like this. You think you know Unreal? One update, bam, you're on the day 0 of shit. And you need to relearn the interface. They are keeping us on our toes, right? Green Coke says, huge change. Yeah, okay, so the sea of options disappeared. I was thinking that maybe they just simplified selection or something, but... Green Coke says, my Niagara knowledge went from, I can work with it, to, I don't know shit anymore. Let me quickly, I have 5.5.1 project, right? Is it 5.5 project right now? About Unreal Editor? Yes, let me quickly see what you mean. Let's take, where the hell is it? What the... Oh yeah, there is. FX, Niagara system, let's take, I don't know. Whatever, omnidirectional burst. Let's create this. And something. It kinda looks normal to me, but... what you were searching for? A vortex force. Vortex. Huh. I'll be honest, here on stream. Ah, okay. You are on GitHub, right? Greencock says you still got the particle update. Yeah, you got the old version. They have 3 types of emitters now too. Okay. I didn't have any particle update section. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'm on the Epic Games Store 5.5.1. I guess you might have the hot fixes for that with the GitHub or Perforce or however you got your source code. Yeah. Okay, I see. So that new Niagara will be something that I will be dealing it with at work, because that's where we are using source build. It will be good times, I think. Oh, you download from Epic Launcher. So it downloaded the old version for me? Okay. Shit. Alright. BP fire bubble, we will override the function of get item to spawn transform. And instead of that, the fire will be doing a simple sphere trace. Let's copy everything as we did here, because we had some sphere tracing here. Multi-sphere trace by channel. I'm not sure if we need multi-sphere trace for this, because I'm only interested in just going down. Okay, so we'll be doing sphere trace by channel. Can I do it in function? Sphere trace by channel? Yes, I can. The start is my get actor location, of course. The end is, I don't know, let's go down. Plus. How far do we want to go? I don't know. Minus. Super. Let's just point downwards. Very far. This visibility, ignore ourselves, of course. No, I don't want multi-sphere trace channel. I just want sphere trace. Just a regular sphere trace. My channel. Or actually, maybe I want... Greencock asks, what you up to here? I saw something with a bubble and a state tree. Yeah, so I was learning state trees. At the beginning of the stream, I just went through the quick guide. I was, getting my bearings of how state trees work, etc. And I wanted to evaluate, because some of my programming friends told me that, hey, state tree is amazing, which I agree. And they said it is usable outside of enemy AI context. Try it out, right? And let me give you a quick summary. Yeah, I'm ready for 5 hours in the stream. Yeah, it's my last stream of the year, so I wanted to make it a little bit longer. So I evaluated. I went through this quick guide and realized, oh yeah, it is quite cool. Let's see how it will fare in this non-enemy AI context, right? So I had this simple bubble that was going up and down and could be affected by wind actor and is burstable, etc. And I wanted to see if I re-implemented the same kind of stuff, but with the state tree, how much of an overkill it would be. Because I get, yeah, for AI, state tree is great. For super complicated stuff with lots of states, of course, we don't want to work with 6 different enum of kinds and 12 different booleans, right? Inside of one actor class. But it proved to be such an overkill that no, I won't be implementing simple interactions within my game as state trees. Because it proved to be too much clicking around, too many data assets creation, and the reuse you could get out of it, you could get way easier by creating interfaces, components, etc. So that was that. Greencock says, I never used state tree. Yeah, me neither. This was the first time I was doing it. It was the first time I was doing it. And it is cool. Certainly, I see the case for AI, enemy AI, or super complicated stuff with lots of states. And you can also run one state tree and in parallel another state tree inside of one specific state. So you could do stuff like, for example, you have your one state tree that takes care of logic, and then additional state trees that are taking care of cosmetic logic, because maybe in one state you want to visualize something very specific with its own specific logic, and instead of writing it down in C++ code or in blueprints in a regular way, you could just create another state tree for that. That is awesome. But for such simple case as I have right now, that I want to shoot a bubble that carries flame, and I want it to be affected by wind, it was an overkill. So right now, after evaluating this, I want to finish up this year with implementing. I re-implemented the bubble so it isn't just the water bubble that you can burst and it creates water. The bubble itself is just a carrier, and you can define on your own what it spawns, and how it looks, right? So we can have a flame carrying bubble, water carrying bubble, and whatever I will create further in the game could be carried by some bubble, right? And I hope I will be able to finish out with a simple thing where I will have lots of flames on ground, bubbles in the air, and I will have to shoot at them to create my own path through the flames. Let's see if, I will be able to finish it out with today's stream. But yeah, state trees are cool, just I don't think they are usable for simple cases. You don't get that much bang for buck there. Green Coke says, "Oh wow, interesting idea." Thanks, man. Thanks. We'll see if it will be cool to shoot at and work with, or not at all. Okay, yeah. So we are pointing downwards. The radius, I don't know. I don't need a big radius. Like 4 units can be great for me. Yeah, I didn't want to use visibility because I don't want to hit other flames or whatever. Green Coke says, yeah, you can't ever tell if an idea becomes successful when you work it out. Yeah. On paper, everything can be exciting, right? Only after implementations and tweaking, etc. Yeah, as you say, you can actually evaluate gameplay-wise. That's why I'm not super fond of super big ass game design documents, because it's a lot of text that are describing how the game is supposed to work, but you start implementing the first foundation of a game and it turns out, well, the foundation sucks, so the rest of it will also suck too, and it's just a waste of goddamn someone's time. Yeah, sphere trace. My profile, sphere trace component or object. Maybe I could create, I'm just thinking right now. Let's get to the collision. Another preset. Presets are for free. It will be flame bubble spawn trace. Because I want to ignore this. I want to block world static dynamic pawn physics body. I don't care about other projectiles. How about that? Wait. What do you mean no collision? No. And query only. That's the only thing that I care about. Okay, let's do that. I forgot about this bug. And now I have to go here, fire bubble, open it up again, and now I should have flame bubble spawn trace. Okay. So this 4 units. Yep. And now let's break hit results and create a spawn transform out of that shit. Split struct pin and location of it, rotation and scale is regular. Greencock says, I've been thinking of trying to make a little side-scroller game. Never made something like this before, so it's gonna be a fun challenge to think out how it should even fit together. Yeah, it is a nice challenge to do a small side-scrolling game. Is it going to be a platformer or a shooter or a beat 'em up or something? And what engine will you be using in order to create this game? Greencock says, yeah, like Super Mario. Oh, okay. So platformer. Yeah, it is nice challenge. I remember the most challenging was, of course, balancing the movement physics, and by that I mean the speed of it, the arc that the character was following when you were holding, the directional input and jump, making that satisfying in such a way that you could hand it out to another person and they would immediately be able to play it. That was super hard. Greencock says, I kinda wanna have something stupid simple. Yeah, I get you. Create a little side-scroller game just to bang it out. Okay, so we are tracing down by profile. Amazing. We get the location from it. We should be able to spawn on the surface after I burst the bubble. Let's see. Nope, it didn't work out at all. Why? Why it didn't work out? Now, that's the wrong project. This is the correct project. Why my fire bubble didn't work out the way I wanted it to? Fire bubble is doing this. I've overridden get item to spawn transform. Maybe let's draw the debug. For duration. Let's do that. This might answer my question why it's not working. Something weird is happening in here. This isn't called at all, and I think I know why. Because it isn't called in here, of course, ha. And I want this to be actually a pure function. Yeah. Now it should be working. And end is down, and okay. I think it should be working out. That's exactly what I wanted. Let me turn off the debug. That's exactly what I wanted. Only add particle for bursting of a bubble and we are there. Greencock says, I've been working on movement animations and got a basic attack sequence going. Smoothly transitioning between animes is the hardest part I ever done, but it's not impossible. Yeah, I feel you. Making the animations, the transitions feel fluid, yet fast and responsive. That is the tweakable thing. That is where the, golden sauce is, right? This is super hard. I remember I was on one game jam and we were doing like a platformer, and and we had the movement going on, and there was like, I don't know, 4 hours till submission, and I was super cocky, like, yeah, I will bang out animations right now. We had like some anim sets. Let's implement all of that shit. I failed. It was super hard. Greencock says, I kinda want a slow game though. I want to make it a bit sluggish and hard to play. Like movement is slow and running is max 220 unit speed. Okay, okay, so more like a slow platformer when you have to make deliberate movements. Okay, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, let me quickly find some good particle for bursting bubble. I had some. Maybe let's try to find it from a package of what I already have, which is when spawning, I am spawning Niagara. Let's get there. I got some explosions. Greencock says, yeah, I don't know, Mario never sped through the level, you know? Speeded. Like he was slow and only grew in size, etc. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There are speedrunners of Mario, of course, but it's not as super fast game as some of the other platformers, right? Let's see, what's with this explosion? Oh, this is a one expensive ass Niagara. Whoa! That's huge. Okay, let's use it. Fire bubble. Spawn Niagara system at location. And we will use our asset. The location is, of course, this. Scale is way smaller. I don't know, like 0.3 everywhere. Auto release, and let's see, is it satisfying to burst? 9 modules. Yeah, it's an expensive ass Niagara, but you know, I'm just prototyping. It's not for shipping right now. It is super satisfying to burst through this bubble. God damn. And then fire propagates, but it doesn't land on flammable surface, so flames are dying out. And now if we move the water actor over it, the water will make it put out. Oh, it's directional in one hand. So it was only satisfying from one angle. Okay, so I probably would have to rotate it to make it satisfying from all the angles. Michael Bay directed this shit. Okay, but right now let's get our bubble bursting working. Do I have some cool maybe water Niagaras, or this is only fires? Holy shit, it's only fires. That's great. FX variety packs. Let's see there. Holy shit-a-moly. Water ball hit. Okay. But these are cascades. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell did I download it? I don't even want to touch cascade right now. Okay. Green Coke is laughing. Yeah. Isn't there really like... No, it's really just that. There are blueprints with that. So, okay, so it is old ass package. Okay. How about that? Water. Cascades. Oh my god, that's some old ass shit. And what are we having here? Joint textures and remaking Niagara. Yeah, I would do this, but I have like maybe 20-30 minutes of streaming left in me, so I don't want to waste too much time for that. So I guess I will just use it. Can I even spawn the freaking can I even spawn that in the level anymore? On post item spawned. Let's see. Read a cascade to Niagara converter. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Lots of old packages could work like that with such converter. On post item spawn, yeah, and spawn emit. I guess it's just spawn emitter at location. Spawns. I wonder though. Will this? No, it just accepts Niagara. So spawn emitter at location. And how about that? This accepts old ass particles. Well, I will be, you know, replacing this shit at some point, so. Oh my god, this oldest UI. I'm cringing the fuck out. Okay. Let's use that. Let's use this shit. Get actor location, and now it will at least look cool when I will burst the water bubble. And now we have to spawn some water volume falling down constantly and overlapping. That's shit. So yeah. And then we can implement the Sea of Flames. And what are those things still doing here? Okay. Okay, first of all, show me the... because this is an old ass water? No. This is a new, right? The new water bubble. Yeah. So viewport, what the hell is this thingy? Green Coke says, what would you suggest to use for AI in a side-scroller game? Just state tree, I guess? Blackboard and stuff? I mean, you mean behavior tree, because Blackboard isn't behavior tree. I don't think state tree runs with Blackboard. Or at least during today's stream, I haven't found a way to use that. Depending on the complexity of your enemies, because if your enemies are, you know, just moving left and right, and maybe flying in the air in sinusoidal pattern and shooting projectiles in specific directions, then I probably wouldn't even use behavior tree for such simple enemies, right? But if you are, you know, having enemies that have a little bit more on state, then yeah, I would use either behavior trees. If you already know this, then you'll be able to bang them out quickly. But if you are interested in trying out state trees, I maybe would use it, but only for the sake of learning state trees. If your aim is to, you know, yeah, let's bang out this game quickly, I want to make it simple. If you know behavior trees, I would use that. Green Coke says, I'm quite unexperienced with both. Oh, if you are quite unexperienced with both, then, you know, you could just straight up jump into state trees, or behavior trees probably have more of a coverage online. So That might be a better choice, because there might be already like lots of forum posts or whatever regarding using behavior trees for 2D enemies. So I would do a quick search in Google, like, okay, what has bigger coverage? So for super simple enemies, I would not even use behavior trees, but something complicated where they have specific patterns of that, like in 2D games. Oh, he's always doing this and then transition into this state and into this state. Yeah, behavior tree. Greencast says, you said state trees were kinda confusing and a lot of clicks. For I know behavior tree is you make modules and hook them up. It was confusing for me because I was, learning about that, and using them for simple purpose was a lot of clicks. But if I were working with enemies that are a little bit more complicated, I would for sure use them because I could reuse a lot of stuff. But the same case is with behavior tree. So, you know what? I would look at, at how you could use behavior trees in 2D game in Unreal. And that's the way I would go about it, I'll be honest. Because with state tree, there's lots of uncovered grounds. And with the behavior tree, I am quite positive you'll find a lot of material online connected to 2D side-scrolling games, right? For example, navigation. That could already be solved there, right? So, okay. I can burst through my bubble and it should be satisfying, but why is this water actor shit spawning? Ah, because I'm spawning water actor, of course. Stupid ass. That's what I am. Okay, so now I have to create like a new water actor that, first of all, won't be showing the text renderer and a box. Rather, it will be moving constantly down and putting out flames. And depending on the size of a bubble, the size of the water actor will be bigger. So, water related. This is the old water bubble. I should rename it as deprecated. Or no, this is actually... No, it is deprecated one. Yeah, it is the one that I deprecated. And yeah, it is deprecated. Let's create a new child blueprint class. We call it BP. Falling water volume. Or not volume, because there's this whole Unreal class called volume. BP falling water actor. I don't have better name right now, but that will do. And no, the box is not visible, but it will, and the text renderer, I don't want this, I want this to be hidden in game. The box too. Instead, we'll be having static mesh. But for some, yeah, that will be a cube. And that is funny. Okay, we need to change the extent so they will match the... I need to turn on wireframe view, I think. Match this a little bit better. Yeah, I want this to be a little bit oversized, maybe. And this axis. Whoa, 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 whoa. You guy. And now I have it. Okay. Greencock says, thanks for feedback. NCB of Volgaia. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Fancy seeing you here. If you hover over the cube mesh reference, you can see its dimensions. Really? You mean in the browser? Yeah, approximate size. Yeah. 256, etc. Open the drop down. Okay. Ah, yeah, of course. Yes. Of course. I just could have. Right. Okay, but whatever. NCB of Volgaia says, I started a new project a few days ago. Oh, what kind of a project? What are you doing? A new project is always exciting. Okay, falling water actor, and I want this to have a blah blah blah. I want this to actually have a static mesh of no. I want this to have a default material of water. Am I pool? I don't know what that is. Water lake, water ocean. Okay, I'll just use the same as water bubble. Fuck that. NCB of all Gaia says, I'm lost in the chat. Yeah, ever heard of Sub Rosa? Sub Rosa? I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. Sub Rosa. Let me quickly search for that. Sub Rosa. Sub rosa, the Latin phrase denotes secrecy and confidentiality, and it is used in English to denote secrecy. And there's like a video game for that. Double crosses, etc. Oh, okay. Sub rosa the game. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now at Steam. Okay. No, I never heard about it, but it looks interesting. Multiplayer first-person shooter about tense deals, double crosses, and the occasional high-speed car chase. Oh, the art style looks cool. The slow poly people. It looks cool. Green Coke says, I gotta go. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for dropping by, and have a good rest of your day too, man. Bye. So what about Sub Rosa the game? Are you doing something? NCB of Volgaia says, I am making a game inspired by Sub Rosa. Nice. So in what way are you inspired? Will it be a multiplayer game as well? Okay. So now I have to spawn this from this. Now I need to compare the... Not that. Whoa, it will spawn a big. But okay, it's okay that it will spawn big volume of water. I don't mind, actually. NCB of all Gaia says, it's more about the concept. There are two teams, one has a hard drive full of good information and the other one has the money. Hard drive for the money and money for the hard drive. Ah, okay, I see. So, there could be a potential for double crossing there. Is it like the whole team wins or a specific person wins? It sounds interesting. You can shoot the enemy team, pull up with fake money and much more. Ah, that way. Okay, I see it. I see it. It's interesting. Definitely would be interested in that with my friends to try out. Okay, so now we have this water actor, but what I want to do is after it spawns, what kind of collision do I have here? I should have overlap, all dynamic. Great. So I just want to constantly move downwards. So yeah, I'll be taking my actor. Oh, I have to do that. Let me create the velocity really. Movement velocity. It is float. Let's say it will be, I don't know. How many units did I have in my bubble base for z-axis local? Only 30. And that is fucking great. Yeah. So let's take 30 as well. And let's drop this water on some flames in a second. Because what will be happening is get actor location. No, what the fuck am I doing? Set actor location. We are constantly going down. We are multiplying this by our movement direction, which is vector -1. This is our movement velocity. And now we have to multiply it by our delta to know how far are we traveling in turn this into vector in the given direction, and that is our new location, right? And blah blah blah. Yeah. Oh my god, add actor world offset, not set location. And would I fuck up? And that's happening from the moment you are spawning this stuff. So now my actual new water bubble, class defaults, BP falling water actor. Now let's take this, let's shoot this and see if it works. Yep, but it is way too slow, this water bubble, this water actor. So movement velocity more like 100 units per second, and let's see that right now. Still too slow. 500 units. I want this to actually look like a falling freaking water. Let's do the gravity. 980 units. Nice. So I think we are able to create this kind of scenario that I wanted to test out. Let's resize this into a bigger thing. Let's put a lots and lots of flames in here. And Stormrun Gaming. Hey, what's up? You got back. You got back here. I fell asleep, but I'm back. Lol, you've been going for 5 hours? Yeah, it's my last stream of the year because I will be taking 2 weeks off. And I wanted to go a little bit longer today. So yeah, but I will be finishing soon. I just want to end the year with the let's say, floor full of flames and water bubbles above it, bursting those bubbles and creating your own way out of the flame sea. So that's what's going on right now. And we will see. And they will be constantly self-propagating and shit like this. So this will look like this. And now, our bubbles. The one thing I wanted to add here is when we have water bubble and it is spawning our water, I actually want to override the get item to spawn actor, because I want to get or actually no, I actually don't want to override this. So here's what is happening right now. We will be taking these. Stormrun Gaming says, would it be better for it to be all in one blueprint? Which object? Are you talking about the Sea of Flames? NCB of all Gaia says, I will be right back, man. Sure, no problem. I think I will be streaming for 5 minutes or 10 minutes more. We'll see. Wait, actually, how did I specify that in base? No, the whole transform is being taken. You're talking about flames. Yeah, maybe. It could be better in one blueprint, or I should create the additional flame, like Eternal Flame, the one that doesn't propagate or something like this. And I scaled it completely weirdly. What the hell is going on? I want to scale it like, I don't know, 5 times. That's what I meant. The way the level loads, it can load them all at the end instead of taking up space. Yeah, I mean, you know, for creating such field of flames, I would actually create a blueprint that would just sample this whole surface and create those flames. Yeah, for sure. But right now I just want to test out the gameplay idea of having those bubbles and creating your own, you know, way out of it. I'm testing interaction right now. Just that. After I'll test the interaction, I'll be like, yeah, okay. This is satisfying. Let's think about more tools and stuff that we could do with that. And I don't want them to be like perfect. I wonder if basic Stormrun Gaming says, I wonder if basic PCG can do it all over the map. I've added meshes to PCG, but not a blueprint. Yeah, for sure it can do it. And for creating such, you know, floors full of flames for the future reference, I will 100% be using PCG. I guarantee, you can bet your ass. Okay. This will be crazy. Oh, wait, because I still think this might be a little bit too... Let's take all those water bubbles. I started with that one, right? Not Sky Sphere, this one. And water bubble up to here. And let's move them all up. Now, I just want to put out those flames. Holy shit, did it work? It is a little bit too big, but okay. Yeah, let's scale back the scale of the shit that we are spawning in here. So, BP falling water actor, huh? Yeah. Break transform. And let's unlink it. Let's split this track. Yeah, I want the location rotation to be exactly same, but maybe spawn something. I don't know. Let's take this scale and divide it by, or actually multiply it because that's a faster operation, by, I don't know, 0.25. How will that work out? What the hell was that? And now let's see, maybe a little bit more sane. Yep. I'm bursting 2 bubbles at once. I don't know why it's still staying in the air after I deleted it. No. That is neat. The one thing that I have to change here, the two things actually I have to change here, is that water bubble should die a little bit quicker, or bubble in general should die just a tad bit quicker. Maybe lifespan shouldn't be half second, it should be 0.2 second. And the water bubble emitter, I should probably scale it along with the get actor scale. I wonder if it will actually scale. The landscape I'm doing has about 20 material functions. It's a very advanced tutorial, but results look neat. Oh, that's nice. I haven't really created proper landscape material, to be honest, ever. Like, they weren't pretty looking, right? So I envy you that you were able to, you know, get through all of that and have good results. Stormrun Gaming says, I know this is testing phase, but the mechanics you have so far are super cool. I like how the gun can single fire or power up. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It means the world to me. Truly, it means the world to me. That was kind of my aim when trying to learn how to design that. Even with super ugly graphics, it should still satisfy the basic need of someone be inspired to make such comment like, hey, it looks cool. Because it means it should mean probably, that's where I'm, you know, hedging my bets on, is that if it plays well and looks well with the ugly graphics, placeholder graphics, it may be cool also with the proper graphics. So thank you. It means the world to me what you said. And now I have, you know, a place to go into. And I can traverse more. And let's charge it. Bomb. And I will move in here. And now I can move in here. And I can move in here. Whoop. And I'm at the end. I created my own maze through the Sea of Flames. That's exactly what I wanted. And your comment means the world to me, Stormrun Gaming. Can I shoot all of them at once? Some of them. Nice. And I can also create flames. Damn, that's exactly, this is what I was hoping for, this kind of reaction. And so these mechanics could work out. And now I could, you know, inverse this thing, right? Like I could have, I don't know, some old plants here, or maybe just plants in here, and this would be flame bubbles instead of water bubbles, and just spawn flames that would burn everything to the ground. The possibility are, you know, there are lots of possibilities to consider right now when you have, you know, bubble carrying mechanics. And once again, I could also have them move along with the wind, right? So although they will probably run away from me, but I could do that. Let me quickly resize this box. And now I have the wind actor affecting some of them. And maybe let's change the rotation here. Yeah, so now also I could affect them by wind. They are slowly moving, very slowly. They should be moving a little bit faster. And not everyone is affected. I wonder why. That's a bug to fix for later. Yeah, but some of them are moving along with the wind actor. Oh no! My wind actor has a collision with projectiles. No! I have to fix that. I think the last one didn't burst because it was a little out of ray trace. Actually, my projectiles aren't ray traced. That's actually physical projectile going through the air, but you're right. It could have curved out just before hitting the last bubble. Or maybe I have some bug. Maybe it, you know, died after bursting through a couple of bubbles because it hit the function that told it to, hey, your lifespan is 0.8 seconds right now, right? So I have little bug fixing on this end, but, you know, with such interactivity between those elements, like I could create my own flames. I can put them out and go into this maze. Implement proper graphics and shit. Yeah. There is room for inspirations and building levels. I am super happy with what we have here. Of course, we have some bugs. So once again, just like at the beginning of the stream, or in the middle of the stream when I turned on this project, I was able to remind myself of what I wanted to do at the end stream by a simple fact of printing out the red error message on the screen that reminded me of what I was supposed to do. So let me do this once again, maybe on on base bubble, on ticking. Yeah, let's annoy myself in the future with this. Print string yup, and let's set the color to red. What time is it? Shit, I'm supposed to be ending. Okay, so dear 2025 Ado, things to fix. Wind actor has collision with arrows. Wind actor doesn't affect all bubbles inside of it. Also, it looks like after bursting, projectile might be changing its lifespan or something, and it will be displaying for 300 seconds. That way, after 2 weeks will pass, I will turn on this project. I will be able to remind myself of what I was supposed to do. A nice little trick. Stormrun Gaming says, still looks really good, so I'm excited to see what it will look like in the future. Thanks. It means a lot to me. It means a ton to me. My heart is so warm right now thanks to you. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think this is the end of the stream for today and for that year. I will be taking 2 weeks off. I was thinking about maybe streaming from remote location I will be at. But I think internet there might not be up to speed to, you know, stream movies at 24p. Let alone stream, you know, from Netflix or from YouTube. Let alone me streaming the whole development in such a way that anyone could read what I'm doing, right? So I will be taking 2 weeks off. I will see all of you in 2025, re-energized. We will be streaming some more of this game development, of this exact game that has no name right now. It's just simply Bow&Arrow game. We will go deeper on these interactions. We'll try to come up with more, even more game mechanics, create scenarios, etc., etc. And of course, go into more plugins. I have some plans for that. We're using state tree this stream. I want to go into smart object. I want to go into more PCG related shit. So I hope I will have lots of cool streams for you next year. So without further ado, or without further ado, that jokes. I hope you guys have a good rest of the year. I hope you guys have some time off during this end of the year. And I hope you guys will have a great next year. This was a blast to start the streaming journey this year. I hope to see you guys in the new year. For sure, I will be updating schedule. And as we discussed today with Dexterovsky and Barabas, maybe I will start the Discord so, you know, we could have more direct communication, etc., etc. So, goodbye guys, and have an awesome end of the year and an awesome next year. Bye guys!